All right, welcome everyone to the Game or Die New Year's Eve Game of the Year discussions. Haha. All right, so what we're going to do tonight is just hang out, talk, play some games, possibly. It just really depends on kind of a few factors. The main thing is I wanted to do my recording for my podcast, and I just have not had the time. This has been a very crazy time in the last couple of months, starting in November with my wife's dog show. We put on this entire dog show that had a couple, maybe 100, 200 people in it with all these dogs. And it was just a lot of fun, but it was a crazy event. And I just did not have the time or energy to do a podcast when I really wanted to right around that time. Once the event was over, I had to start editing the video portion of that. And so I started basically just going through all this footage. I believe it was over 130 hours of footage altogether, multiple days, multiple cameras. And it was a lot. And so that kind of took up a good chunk of my time in late November. And then once the Christmas season started happening after Thanksgiving, man, just life got crazy. It's gotten a little bit weird. And I just have not had the time to sit down and podcast like I normally want to for my podcast, which is the Game or Die podcast. If you've never checked out any of the stuff that I've done, there's some stuff down below. All those little social links, that's just kind of my little website, gameordie.net. And then I've got the YouTube channel, which I'm streaming to right now, as well as Twitch. Really, all that I want to do tonight, all I want to accomplish is hang out with some people, have some fun, talk about video games, and go through and record my Game of the Year podcast. If you're here and you're enjoying what you find and what you see and what I talk about, again, just go to gameordie.net. That's where all my stuff is. All my written reviews for the games that I play. I try and write reviews for pretty much every single game that I finish. Sometimes I just don't have the time, or I go through a really big, gigantic one, like an entire series, and I just kind of forget to write a review after every single game. It happened a couple times this year where I got through an entire series and I just did not find the time to really sit down and write a review for each game in that series. And I'll talk about that a little bit later. But I have put together some videos. A couple of projects that I've been working on over the past month or so has been the retro, what I've dubbed Retrocember. And Retrocember is basically the end of the year in December. Let me start at the beginning. At the beginning of each year, we start with a game of the month, and every month after that, we change it up. So every month, we play a game as a server or community, and I've been trying to foster a community with the Couch Money Discord and website. This Discord server has been put together by people who used to be a part of NeoGAF forums. The NeoGAF forums, unfortunately, had a giant bomb thread that was just completely wiped out due to negativity. And I could see why some of that was deemed unnecessary on the internet and kind of wiped clean, but at some point, there was no talk allowed about Giant Bomb, which was a video game website devoted to playing video games and talking about them, and they were really popular. So when NeoGAF decided to ban all talk completely about Giant Bomb, people were like, well, we need to go somewhere. We still want to talk about this website, as terrible as it started getting. And that's where I kind of stepped in and created this Discord server. And I originally called it the NeoGAF Discord server, or the Nuked Giant Bomb Thread Discord server. And after a while, we started kind of gravitating away from discussions about Giant Bomb because, again, the website just started losing a lot of its focus. And a lot of people started really not being really interested in Giant Bomb and what they were offering as a company, a product, and a website. At that point, I decided to pivot and say, hey, like, we can still talk about this stuff, but just not as much. Like, there's no reason for us to be called the NeoGAF, bombed, giant bomb Discord server, or nuke Discord server, or whatever. So that's really why I wanted to come up with a name, so that we can kind of build a better community around giant bombs, wayward soldiers, as it were. And we decided on Couch Money. So every time people would bring up the fact that, hey, you should give your money to Giant Bomb for a yearly subscription, it was kind of a inside joke with a lot of us, because people would say, oh yeah, $50 for yearly subscription, that's chump change, that's couch money, I can find that money in my couch. And it's like, you're finding $50 bills in your couch? Really? What? That doesn't make sense. And so that's kind of where that whole nomenclature actually came from, was the couch money that was supposed to be given to these people on this website for no reason whatsoever. They were offering a product, but to the real diehard, I don't even want to say fans at this point, but like the crazy people who can't see past a poor product, these people would say you should give them your money. And it's not that much. It's easily found in a couch. And it's like, at some point, I don't know who you are if you're finding $50 bills in your couch, but that's kind of crazy. So that's kind of where we're at with our Discord server name. We've been going strong for several years, since December of 20 or January of 2021. And now that it's the new year almost, we just got a few more hours into before the new year happens. I wanted to kind of maybe propose another name change. And it's more for the fact that I'm just not interested in anything Giant Bomb related at this point in my life. The people behind the original website, Giant Bomb, don't exist in that website anymore. They are completely gone, and they've been gone for a very long time. In some cases, over a year and a half, maybe even almost 2 years. The co-founder, one of the co-founders, has been gone for up to 8 years or something. No, almost. It's been over a decade since he passed away, which was Ryan Davis. And then Jeff Gersman was also another co-founder, and he's been fired from that website. It's just, it kind of doesn't make sense at some point to continue watching this product when the people who we all associate with that product don't work there anymore. And the way Giant Bomb has gone, Giant Bomb specifically, it is run by a bunch of idiots. Not run like upper management. I'm talking about the faces of the company. The faces of this website are just plain idiots. And so I don't want to have anything to do with them. I haven't watched a Giant Bomb thing in several years at this point, and I don't want to ever think about that company ever again in my life. And a lot of people don't feel the same way, and the Discord server is kind of it's gotten a little bit weird, because I have tried to garner more specific interest in just video games as a whole, not just devoted to this one website and their videos, but say, hey, let's make our own videos. Let's do our own podcasts. Let's, have discussions about video games that we can actually take part in and not get banned from chats because we have a different opinion of those things. And so I've really tried to push that to the forefront of our Discord server. And unfortunately, as of right now, I've kind of been met with a lot of silence, a lot of no one saying anything about it. I don't know if it's because people don't want to voice their opinions, or if they feel differently, or if they just don't care, or they have no idea. And that's kind of why I wanted to do partly the beginning of this stream and talking about this stuff at the forefront and possibly at the end, so that I can kind of get my my thoughts out there, so that people can kind of hear from me vocally about where I want to take the Couch Money Discord server. And I might want to change the name again, just because, hey, let's be honest, no one's using the Couch Money name. A couple members will do a joke video every 4-ish months or so and have a little title of Couch Money. I saw one just a couple days ago, but uh, by and large, I own the website, I own the domain name, I have the podcast, multiple Couch Money podcasts, and it's just kind of fallen on deaf ears. No one wants to help out. No one wants to do pretty much anything with Couch Money as a brand. And so maybe I can change the brand again. And I personally love my own brand of Game or Die. That's my own little baby that I created several years ago. My podcast has been going since 2019, and I've been having a blast with it. It is my own personal project, but I do want to put forth more effort this next year, 2024, into really going a lot harder into making videos, because I kind of gotten back into it. I've been making videos since I was a kid with a VHS camcorder. When I was in junior high, I was really, really interested in talking about this stuff, and I'll talk about this in a moment here. But I've really been getting back into videos, and I want to create more videos, and so that's really why I've started, kind of putting forth effort into the Retrocember stuff. And so this year, I created a whole set of videos. The videos were a little bit shorter than I wanted to, but I have a real job. I have a full-time job. I have a wife, and we have an entire farm, and I just can only devote so much time into not just playing video games in my hobby, but also making videos on them. And so, like, the videos were a little bit shorter, but I did a video every stinking day of this month. So 31 videos, all made, ready to go for every day this month. And I've been having a blast with them. I'll talk about the theming in a second, but that's been really, really fun, is the basically just going through these videos and in these games and playing and recording and all that stuff. People talk about YouTube and YouTube burnout and all that stuff, and it's like, I experienced that back in 2003 when YouTube didn't exist, because I was making my own personal videos. I was using Adobe Premiere back in 2001. Yeah. So I was in video production, I was in film production, and that's kind of where my passion has always been. As a very young kid, I always wanted to do something with film and production. And just because of the way life works out and stuff like that, and jobs, we all have that. That passion has been put on the back burner for years and years and years. And when I started getting this website again up and running and doing my own thing, I really, really have been really getting back into it, especially thanks to my wife, because she really wanted me to start doing videos again for her stuff. And I was like, yeah, I'll do it. It's a piece of cake. And then I went, well, if I could do it for her, why can't I do it for myself? And so that's kind of where I am with these videos. But Retrocember was super fun for me. I hope people enjoyed them, because, man, this is the one thing that I really kind of wanted to just open up a little bit about, is because I didn't hear anything from most people about Retrocember. Last year, we had a lot of discussion, but we didn't have very much or any discussion at all in the Retrocember channel. No comments on videos, 1 or 2 thumbs up or likes on the videos, but the views were basically 1, if that. There's a couple views or videos that have like 5, maybe. I think the Thrasher Skate and Destroy one has 19 views, but the channel has 3 subscribers. I am one of them, because I want to make sure that everything works. So I've gotten, out of 31 days of complete uploads, is 2 subscribers and about 2 thumbs up per video. So it's been one of those things where I'm just like, oh man, I don't know if this is going to pan out or not, but I'm having fun and I'm really enjoying it. And I also did something that's in this channel that Drunken Ski. I apologize if I flub your name tonight. It's been a really long day. I've been trying to get all this stuff set up. I actually redid a lot of my studio for tonight. But I've got Danger Step and Drunkinsky in the channel for the game of the year. And I'm just having fun talking about, kind of where I want to have this Discord server go. And so I will try and keep an eye on that. But it's a little bit hard to kind of manage all of that stuff and try and keep this interesting. But the game of the year stuff, man, I had so many ideas for game of the year this year. I actually started, and if you scroll to the very top of the channel, you can actually see I pinned, or I didn't pin, I think I started the channel with the first message in December 30th of 2022. That's how long I've had these ideas starting to grow. Is from as soon as the year was ending last year, I started having ideas and I started dropping this. I just privated this channel and started dropping a ton of notes. And December started this month or this year, and I just had zero desire to do anything. Like I've just been feeling really down with a lot of life stuff, and so it's been really difficult to garner any sort of energy to put some videos and some categories together and all this stuff. But I did the Retrocember stuff because I already wanted to do that, and like I had a clear-cut idea and a template and everything like that kind of ready to go for the start of the month. But once Christmas came and went, I was like, man, I don't have the energy for this, but I wanted to do something. So I started doing some videos for Retrocember. Sorry, not Retrocember. Started doing some videos for Game of the Year, and I came up with some really interesting and fun categories, because that's kind of the thing that I see a lot of people talking about when we discuss game of the year, with Giant Bomb, is a lot of discussion about the categories. Oh, people have really fun categories, or, the categories left, and that's when all the fun left out of game or the game discussions. So I came up with a few simple categories. I had a lot more, and so I kind of actually want to go through some of the stuff that I didn't make a video on. Some categories like most anticipated game for 2024. Like, yes, 2023, and I'll get into this when I start recording for the podcast, but 2023 had a crap ton of games. Finally, after years and years and years of abysmal game releases over the course of the last several years, we finally got a year where pretty much the entirety of the year was just chock full of massive video games. 2024 is going to start looking like a drought. It already starts seeming like it's going to be a drought in some ways. And there's only a few games on my list so far of like anticipating next year and in the games that we're going to get, but there's a couple big ones. So I'm going to start off with a couple of the fewer smaller titles, but I was going to make a video on this as well. So one of the first ones is Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. I love the Prince of Persia series. I was never big into it though, until it came out on I think it's the 7th gen of consoles, where it's the PlayStation 2, GameCube, and the original Xbox. I'm a massive original Xbox fan. And I think that console is severely underrated when it comes to talking about that generation, because yes, the PlayStation 2 is much more popular by a country mile, but the hardware of the Xbox was so much better in every single aspect. The graphics were better, the sound was better. It had a built-in hard drive, especially if you modded it. The load times were insanely fast. Like, just that system top to bottom was so much better than the PlayStation that any multi-platform game plays infinitely better on the original Xbox than the PlayStation 2. So when I picked up Sands of Time, oh my gosh, I just fell in love with that series. And they had Sands of Time, which was the first one in that trilogy. Then they had the Warrior Within, which took a darker tone. And then they kind of brought it back with the Two Thrones, and that was the one that I didn't play. I played Sands of Time, I think multiple times. I played Warrior Within, and I never finished Warrior Within because I got stuck in a part and I really didn't like the backtracking. And then I just never played Two Thrones because it kind of came out at the end of the lifespan of the console, and I just didn't get to it because I was setting my sights on the Xbox 360 at that point. However, a couple years ago, back in 2019, 2020, I think it was, it might have been 2019 or 2020, I played through the series, the trilogy, Sands of Time. I finally beat Warrior Within and played Two Thrones, and man, I loved it. I tried going back over the years and playing the others in the series, like the originals, the computer games, um, and the 2008 game I did play when it came out. That's the weird one in the bunch. I never really liked it, and I didn't play the one that was based on the movie for whatever reason. Again, I think I was just so focused on the 360 at the time that I just didn't give much of a chance to whatever the Sands of Time movie was. No, that came out after the 360 launch for sure, because it was based on the movie, and the movie was what, 2009 ish, 2010, 2011, something like that. But anyways, the new game that got announced last year in place of the remake to Sands of Time. So back in 2020, on my birthday, which is September 10th of 2020, they announced a remake of The Sands of Time, and it was supposed to be pretty much finished. It was going to come out in December. However, the trailer got so much bad press that they actually just said, you know what, we're going to put this on hold. We're going to fix this, and then we're going to release it a little bit later. And they went radio silent for a couple of years until I think a few months ago, they gave an update and they said, we're starting from scratch with the Sands of Time remake. So that game's not going to come out for a while. In its place, as a placeholder, as kind of a stopgap, we are getting this Metroidvania, which I cannot stand that phrase, but a style of that caliber type of Prince of Persia game. However, the trailer for it, the initial trailer was, I believe, horrible. It had really weird music. It just didn't make much sense. And I really want to like it, but I cannot get behind a game called Prince of Persia where the prince is not the main character. The character that you play as, you are playing as one of his like bodyguards basically, and trying to save the prince. And I don't know how I feel about that. I need to see more gameplay. It looks like a fun game to play. The gameplay aspect of it seems pretty stinking good. The storyline, however, and the characters that you are inhabiting in that world, just something about it irks me. So it's not, it is something I'm anticipating, but not to the fullest extent. The next game that I want to talk about for most anticipated is, oh my gosh, the dogs are running upstairs, and oh boy, they are loud. I apologize for any howling that my dog Banjo does, because he loves to howl, and you will hear it. It will pick up on the microphone through floors of this house. But Tomb Raider. We're getting another Tomb Raider remake. We are getting Tomb Raider 1 through 3 remastered. And so, again, I have an issue with remakes, and I'll talk about this on the podcast, but remakes are kind of unnecessary in most cases. There's very few circumstances that a remake actually makes sense. But Tomb Raider 1 through 3, I love those games. I did a video of Retrocember. I think it was at the beginning of the month, like day 5, December 5th, I think, was Tomb Raider 1. And I loved the Tomb Raider series growing up. Yes, Lara Croft was a babe, and that was a major factor of why, you know, seventh grade Ryan really liked that series. Uh, I was probably younger, fifth, seventh grade, somewhere around there. But junior high and elementary school, Ryan really loved Lara Croft and thought she was a babe. But the gameplay is actually good. Come on, we all love Tomb Raider. Tomb Raider is a great series. But for whatever reason, unfortunately, that series has kind of come and gone multiple times. On the PS2, Angel of Darkness was kind of like the first death of the Tomb Raider series. And then a few years later, we got, you know, the anniversary reimagining. And I wanted to play it, and I started playing it. For whatever reason, I never finished it. And then Underworld. I remember Underworld was a big one. Like those Tomb Raiders, like the 360 version Tomb Raiders, were pretty stinking good too. And then in 2013, at the tail end of the original Xbox, the 360, the tail end of the 360, we got that reboot of Tomb Raider, 2013 Tomb Raider. And then, oh man, it's been a while since I thought about this, but Tomb Raider 2013, and then I believe it was Shadow of the Tomb Raider, and then Rise of the Tomb Raider in 2019, I believe. So 2013, 2015, 2019. Or 2017. No, 2018. My mind. There's so many dates. But basically, Tomb Raider, man. I love Tomb Raider, and I really want to play these remakes or remasters or whatever they're going to call them that are going to come out in just like a month or two. I think it's one of the bigger releases at the beginning of this year. I think both Prince of Persia Lost Crown, which is that Metroidvania version, and Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 3 remastered are going to be coming out in the next couple of months. So I'm actually excited because I haven't really played anything new in about a month or so, and I really want to get back into video games again. So those were games that I actually cut off the list of this category. I tried to do 3 games per category, and I wanted to number them, and I do have like a favorite in each category, but I didn't say which ones in the videos. But I'll give you the top in these ones. So the first one I wanted to talk about is Little Nightmares. Little Nightmares 3 was announced and is coming out. And I should have put the dates on here on my notes, but Little Nightmares 3, man. I did not think this was going to be a franchise, a series, whatever you want to call it. I'm really, really excited about being scared again. These are creepy games, but they're creepy in a really interesting way. My friend Sean first told me about the original Little Nightmares back in 2017. And I was like, there's no way I'm going to play that. You know what I'm like, dude. Come on. There's no way that I'm going to sit here and play this scary game. But it's like the Nightmare Before Christmas. They're creepy characters, that Tim Burton-esque like creep factor, but interesting as well. And so one night I was just like, it's on sale. It's on sale on Steam for like $5. I'll spend $5. And hey, if I nope out of it, if I just say, no, I'm not going to play this anymore, then I've at least tried. I was trying to get over that really scaredy cat feeling that I've always had. And I've talked about it so many times before. I hate scary games, but I want to kind of get past that. And something that I've always been working on, especially over the last year or so, really trying not to downplay my or even emphasize my scaredness. Like, I want to move past that. I don't want to think of myself as scared. I want to just be fine with these things that are creepy and weird and awkward. So I sat down, I played through Little Nightmares, and I had a blast playing it. Yes, there was some super creepy factors, but I enjoyed it and I got past it and I fell in love with that series. And then back in 2020, Little Nightmares 2 came out, and oh boy, the creep factor, skyrocketed yet again. It was just so fun to be able to play that series in a way that, captured my attention. I played it at midnight or past midnight. It was super creepy, but the storytelling and the way that they make the world seem very atmospheric is just something that will always stick with me. So I played Little Nightmares 2 and I loved it. So that brings us to Little Nightmares 3. Little Nightmares 3 is coming out, and I did not expect it. I did not expect number 2 to come out. I did not expect it to be a series. And then, man, I did not expect it to be a franchise with Little Nightmares 3, and I'm super psyched about it. The only thing with Little Nightmares is that... Sorry, I'm trying to bring up my notes and stuff again. But with these games... I kind of lost my train of thought there. I was going to say the only thing with Little Nightmares is that it is creepy. It's super fun. The story. So there is a whole lore built into this video game. But the only way that you experience that lore, or even the name of the characters, is by going outside of the video game. And that's where I think a lot of video games really, don't understand how to do their story or lore or world building or characters very well. I think one of the biggest examples would be Destiny. When Bungie said, oh yeah, you have to go outside of the game, pull up a website to really find out more about this game, no, you don't. You do the job and create the characters, give some text in the video game so that people know the names of the characters. And Little Nightmares, the character's name, I believe, is Six. How do you know that? I have no idea. I literally have no idea how anyone knows any characters' names or locations or anything about the game itself other than, oh, that creepy guy with the arms or the butcher or something like that. Because nothing in the actual game itself tells you the names of the characters, the locations that you are, kind of anything outside of the, the screen that you're looking at. You don't see anything. You have to go outside. You have to pull up a website built by a fan community or the development blogs or something. I have no idea. I have no idea that the character's name was Six until 2020 when I saw Little Nightmares 2. I played through it and then I started kind of looking it up hey, what does the ending mean type of thing. And then people were like, oh yeah, Six, took over Sarah, and then Sarah came in, and then blah, blah, blah. And it's where are you getting these names from? The game doesn't tell you that. So a little bit weird, but Little Nightmares 3, man, I'm super stoked about it. The other game that I'm really excited about is the Like a Dragon series, Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. I want to get into this a little bit later during the podcast. I'm going to be recording for a while here. So if you're yeah, you got some time. Yeah, I know. I'll be here for a couple hours at least. But with the Yakuza series, or also now known as Like a Dragon, they are pumping out a few games in the next couple of years here. And we got one a couple months ago with Like a Dragon Gaiden, the man who erased his name, which I'll talk about later on the podcast. But for this stream, for just kind of hanging out and talking, Infinite Wealth is the new one that's going to come out in a couple months. And that is centered around the new second character in the Yakuza series called Ichiban. Ichiban showed up in Like a Dragon, or Yakuza, Like a Dragon, which was basically Yakuza 7. And Ichiban is a completely separate character than Kiryu. And he's got his own series now, which is the mainline series of Like a Dragon, which is what Yakuza has now been named. It's super complicated. I'll get into it a little bit later, but I am looking forward to this game. I was originally looking forward to Like a Dragon Inshin, which came out earlier this year. And it's a remake of a PS2 Japanese only game that we never got in America. It is a side story. It is a, play basically using the same characters, kind of like how Mario 3 is a quote unquote play and it's a traveling troupe of, actors. That's kind of how Inshin, I believe that's how you pronounce it. I think that's what that's like, but it's neither here nor there. I'm excited for Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth because it is the continuing story of the series Yakuza and the continuing series of Ichiban, which is the new character. I started playing Like a Dragon earlier this year, back in September. I finished Yakuza 5. I went through and finished Yakuza 6, and then I went into Yakuza 7, which is actually known as Like a Dragon. However, they changed the combat style to RPG mechanics, and I don't really think I gelled with that too much. I was kind of just like, it's not that great, and I'm not really super psyched about it, but it's still a fun game, so I wanted to finish it. But life got in the way. Alan Wake 2 came out, and I put Like a Dragon on the back burner. I finished Alan Wake 2, and then Like a Dragon Gaiden came out. And instead of playing Like a Dragon Inshin or Like a Dragon with Ichiban that came out in 2020, I just decided to play Like a Dragon Gaiden. And I had a blast with that. Oh my gosh, that was so much fun. But the real thing that I'm super, 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 super stoked about is Expeditions, a Mud Runner game. That's the title. As of right now, anyways. I am a huge fan of the Mud Runner series. Mud Runner and Spin Tires, the original game in the series, captivated my imagination. I was so excited for this series, but I couldn't get into it. I had the same I had the same thought that most people do when you talk about the Mud Runner series, or Spin Tires in particular, because I believe it came out in 2014, Spin Tires. I saw a video on Giant Bomb. Drew Scanlon was playing that game and talking about it, and I went, what is the objective here? Basically get from point A to point B, and that's it. Like most things, right? Like, that's a simple request. We can all get behind that in a video game. However, the terrain is so muddy and disgusting and hard to get through and pass through that your car or truck basically just will get stuck. And you have to basically figure out how to get from point A to point B over rough terrain. And it seemed like just a ginormous headache. I lived up in the mountains in the snow at the time, and I was just like, oh, dude, I don't know about this. But something always stuck with me, like, man, I should really try that Spin Tires game. And then the sequel came out called Mud Runner, a Spin Tires game, like the subtext or subtitle of the game. With Mud Runner, it was more of the same. It was like that, but kind of just built a little bit better. Spin Tires was more tech demo-y. Mud Runner was kind of a full-fledged game. So I thought. Until I played SnowRunner that came out in 2020. Oh boy, let's talk about SnowRunner for a second. So SnowRunner came out in 2020, right as the pandemic started. And I remember watching Alex Navarro demo the game on Giant Bomb as, everyone was starting to get really freaked out about what was happening in the world. And I went, man, this game looks rad. He played it for 2 hours roughly, got to have that time limit of 2 hours. Can't go past that. But he played this game for a couple hours and then switched over to American Trucker, Euro Truck Simulator or whatever. And I was like, dude, the SnowRunner game, that looked really, really cool. Why don't go back and play that? No, I don't care about this truck sim. Yes, whatever. A few weeks went by and I was just like, dude, no one's talking about that SnowRunner game. It looks really fun. I looked it up and it was, a full price game. And right at the pandemic, like people were starting to freak out about toilet paper and crap. So like I was like, I don't know if I want to spend $60 on this game when we don't know if the world's going to end or not. And I just was like, man, that game looks really fun. I want to play it. I really want to play it. So I downloaded it. I said, screw this. I downloaded a copy. I started playing it. And I went, this game is super fun. Like, I'm digging this game. And again, I was living in the mountains. I was living in a place, my front porch got over 2 feet of snow. I regularly shoveled snow out on a daily basis and, get my car out of the snow. I have a Hummer H2. I have a Subaru Outback, with snow tires and stuff like that. That game is kind of like built for me. And so I was really into that game, and no one talked about it for the rest of the year. And I was so bummed about it. So once I started playing it for myself, I went, dude, this game is totally worth $60. Bam. Oh, it's exclusive to Epic Game Store. Who cares? I like this game. I'm having fun with it. I don't care about Epic Game Store, being exclusive or whatever. Yeah, I want to have all my games on Steam, but I'm going to play the game versus caring about what storefront I buy the game at. Because, in the long run, we're going to, have all that stuff stripped away and removed access from it anyways, unless we pirate it. So it doesn't really matter in the long run. So I started playing the SnowRunner games, or SnowRunner, and then last year I made MudRunner one of the game of the months. And man, I had such a fun time with it. But I realized MudRunner is a very tech demo-y type of game. SnowRunner, the third game in the series, is really where it came into its own. And with this fake E3 or whatever, we gotta get a name for this, summer of games, I think is what we're gonna start having to call it, because E3 doesn't exist anymore. It is unfortunately official that E3 is dead and over with. So we gotta come up with a new name scheme for whatever happens during the summer revolving video game announcements. Jeff Keighley's Summer Game Fest, I think, is a little bit lame. So the name, not the actual event. The event I did not watch this year, and I think game events just, that could be a whole episode. Oh boy, I could make a video on that. But with this summer, there was an announcement of the 4th MudRunner Spin Tires SnowRunner game, and it's called Expedition, a MudRunners game. And man, I am super, super stoked about this game. I cannot wait. And I think it comes out in March. So there's a few months here that we got left for this game to come out. But man, oh man, I am super, super excited about it. I cannot wait. All right. So this is this next category is a video that I really, really desperately wanted to make a video on. I just did not have the, unfortunately, I did not have the time / availability to actually record gameplay for this up until recently. So one of my favorite things is VR. I love VR. I am an advocate for VR. I think it is incredible. There are some caveats, yes, but on the whole, I think VR is an unbelievably incredible piece of technology. I will go to bat for it every single time without failure. If you think VR is stupid and you like video games, then you're wrong, period. Because it is something that opens up a whole new way to play video games. Like, if you think like Wii motion controls were like a new way to play video games, if you think a controller was a new way to play video games, like this is like the next leap in that. And I think it's way better than just Wii motion controls. Like, that was the infancy of that. And I don't like Wii motion controls at all. I think it's stupid. But it allowed VR to have motion controls, which is where it gets really, really interesting. So I wanted to do a video about VR and my favorite VR game that came out this year. And I just wasn't able to capture the footage the way that I wanted to. And with the the Oculus Quest or Meta Quest 3 that came out back in October. I was a little bit wary of it, but I have a Quest 2, and I think Quest 2 is the best headset that pretty much anyone can get. If you are on the fence about a VR headset, since 2020, the Quest 2 is the perfect headset. You have the standalone version, but you can also hook it up to a PC via cable or wirelessly. Like it's the best of both worlds. The quality is a little bit less, yes. I've been playing in VR since 2014, and I've had a Oculus Quest dev kit. I've had the retail Oculus Quest. I've had, which was the Oculus Rift back in 2016, the Vive in 2016, the Vive Pro, and I think in 2017, 2018. And then the Valve Index in 2019. And then I got the Quest 2 in 2020. Up until a couple months ago when the Quest 3 came out, and man, the Quest 3 is just like a little bit better in every single way. So if you are going to get a VR headset, the Quest 3 is undoubtedly the one you should get. Yes, the Quest 2 is still good. Yes, it is a little bit cheaper, and yes, the Quest 3 is a little bit more expensive than it should be, but inflation happened, right? And Bidenomics happened, and that is the only political reference I'll have for the night, I promise. But with the inflation happening over the last couple of years, that everything has just gotten more expensive, period. So you can't really blame Meta and their hardware for being a little bit more expensive than the Quest 2. But if you're on the fence about getting a headset for VR, the Quest 2 is good, but you're dealing with 4-year-old technology at this point, right? So it's just not worth it to save a couple $100. Get something that's modern, and you will have a much better time. Unfortunately, a couple of the games that I really am excited about for VR in 2023 just are not available on the PC. They are strictly on the Quest unit itself, the standalone. And the only there's a couple ways that you can capture footage from it. You could record directly onto the headset. I did that a few years ago when I got my Quest 2 and tried to transfer it over, but the footage just wasn't there. I did not like it. And the microphone quality is garbage in the headset. So I didn't want to do this weird thing and have to sync audio and video footage. So I just kind of opted to not record off the headset. The other two ways that you could do it is casting. You can cast it to a Chromecast, or you can cast it to a website. And I tried doing that, and just the casting signal, the video signal, just got garbled. It was garbage. The quality was just horrible. I would be doing very basic things, little movement, and just the pixelization, the bit rate of the video feed would drop drastically to the point where it's like, this is just going to make this look bad. So the only way that I could really feasibly get a good video signal out of the headset was to record it on a PC when the headset is plugged into, but I'm using PC VR, not the headset directly. There's a game that came out this year called Assassin's Creed Nexus VR. Bad name, but oh my gosh, it's such a good game. It's Assassin's Creed in VR, and I'll talk more about it later. But there's a couple other games that I did want to talk about in VR, and I wanted to make a video about, but I just didn't for whatever reason. I didn't have the time. I didn't have the energy. And again, I made 9 videos plus the 31 videos in the last week and a half. Yeah, they're not super long, but it's a lot of video editing over the last couple of weeks here, especially around Christmas time and my anniversary and, holidays and all that stuff. So it's been a really long December. But there's a couple other games that I really want to talk about. Walkabout Golf, Mini Golf. The DLC is just, oh my gosh, everything about that game is so cool. It is probably the one that I boot up most, just for the fact that, hey, it's a quick little game you can get into. Mini golf, everyone understands how golf works. It requires one controller, and the level design is just beautiful and fantastic. And then there's a game that's not currently out yet. It's not even out in early access. There is a demo that I got invited to, or I subscribed up for. It was a tech demo called Bootstrap Island, and basically it's like a video game, Pirates of the Caribbean. Like, you are a pirate, you wash up on a shore from a shipwreck, and you get on this deserted island and you have to survive. So it's a survival game. Not super into it, but the the footage that I saw from a random Reddit post in the VR dev section of Reddit said, hey, we're allowing a few people access to our demo before it goes early access in 2024. Sign up. And I was like, all right, cool. And then I went, oh my gosh, this is really cool. So I'm super excited about it. And one of my favorite things that I'm going to be doing this next project that I'm going to have is rebooting, maybe would probably be the best way of saying it. I made a video in 2020 about VR and why VR is awesome. And it's on my personal YouTube page. But it is a work in progress build. I never finished it. It is the audio's bad in some points. Games are kind of a little bit irrelevant sometimes too, and the graphics are not done. And so I just never finished the video. I got so sidetracked with work that I did not have the time to finish this VR video and why VR is awesome. And like I was saying, an advocate for VR. So I want to do that, and Bootstrap Island is probably going to be on my list of that because, man, it is so stinking good. But my favorite game, and this is what the category would be, is favorite VR game. And I would talk about Bootstrap Island a little bit. I would talk about Walkabout Mini Golf, and then I would dive deeper into Assassin's Creed Nexus VR because, man, oh, it's so good. But when it comes to my list later on, I'll talk about it a little bit more. Wink, wink. All right. Let's go through one other video that I wanted to get to and I just didn't get it done, is my top 3 Mario Kart 8 Deluxe DLC tracks. At the beginning of this year, I tried to inflate my list a little bit of games I beat. Because every year, every time I beat a video game, complete it, finish it, however you want to say it, when I finish a video game and I see the end credits, I note it down. What date I beat it on and when or how long it took me to finish and complete. I've had that list going for over a decade at this point. And I had an original list back in 2002, but I was a little bit stupid and did not put dates or times. And then there was definitely some ones that I cheated through using an emulator or something. And I don't think that counts. So some of those things I just kind of deleted, and I started a new list probably about 12 years ago. Every time I beat a video game, I notate it down. I tried to bump up the numbers a little bit earlier this year because after last year being really not upset with myself, but more just kind of a little bit disappointed that I didn't finish more video games when I definitely had the time, I wanted to make sure that I would hit at least 52 video games, basically finish a game a week at least. And I went through a couple series at the beginning of the year last year, or earlier this year, technically, for a couple more hours. One of those series was Mario Kart. I played through every Mario Kart. And when I got to Mario Kart 8, instead of playing the Wii U version, the one that I actually physically own, I just decided to get Mario Kart 8 Deluxe and play that because why not? Not only is it a better version of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe on a newer and better performing platform, it also has the included DLC and new DLC for whatever reason. Remember, Mario Kart 8 is the newest Mario Kart technically. Mario Kart Tour, which is the mobile version, is technically newer, but I don't count that really. That came out in 2013. Came out 10 years ago. So depressing. The last Mario Kart game was a decade ago. Oh, that's upsetting. Anyways, Nintendo put out DLC, I think at the end of last year and early and throughout this year, where we got waves. And these waves included a new cup or two, like a Grand Prix cup. And there was a bunch of, or a few remakes, a few new courses as well from older games and brand new courses. And I played through a few, and man, there's some really good courses. And I wanted to talk about my top 3 favorite Mario Kart 8 Deluxe tracks. And those tracks, I actually only put 2 on this list for whatever reason. I think I was just never happy with the top third. I couldn't figure out if I wanted to do a Rainbow Road or one of the old classic Super Nintendo tracks. But I definitely think one of the Rainbow Road tracks is good. I can't remember which one. You know, I'm always happy with Rainbow Road on Super Nintendo and Nintendo 64. The GameCube version, I think, is pretty good. I think that's the one with the train. I can't remember. But I think that one's pretty good. But you got me, right? There were 2 standout tracks. The ones that when I played through, I went, this is going to be a category. This made the category. So there's 2 standout Mario Kart 8 tracks that I really, really liked. Number 2 out of 2 is the Sydney Sprint. This is a Mario Kart Tour, so the mobile version. What they did, and this is kind of bugged me a little bit, is they took every time they would do a new cup for Mario Kart, they would throw in or shove in, shoehorn, whatever you want to call it, one of the Mario Kart Tour or Mario Kart mobile tracks. I was like, ugh, they're all based on real life. Right? They're all based on real cities. So you have Sydney, Australia as one. You have Los Angeles as another one. Obviously New York, because heaven forbid we have a world location, a real world location that doesn't include Los Angeles and New York or San Francisco, the 3 cities in the entire U.S. They had Tokyo, they had a bunch of them in there. The Sydney, Australia track, strictly for the music. The music was so stinking good in this. It was phenomenal. So I was super, super excited about that. I could not get enough of it. It went on my phone. I downloaded the soundtrack. I threw it on my phone. I threw it on my Plex server. And I listen to that track often. I think it's just a really, really good. The horns. I think horns are such an underutilized instrumentation in music. And when they came in, man, it was just, it was so good. It's super memorable, super, interesting. It's not just like jazzy, but it pumps you up as you're racing. Like it's just really, really good. And then my favorite track, again, this is something that I went, ooh, this should be a category for Game of the Year. The Yoshi's Island new track that they made. It incorporates all of the Yoshi's Island themery, I guess is what you would call it. Basically like the floating, cloud question marks with the little wings on them in Yoshi's Island. You've got like the Poochie dog. You have the big water, guy with the eyeballs and the eyebrows and stuff like that. Like it's basically playing it's almost like, and this is what I really like about Mario Kart, is it's almost like a theme park dark ride where you're going through and you see these like set pieces on the sides as you're going through them, or you're like going through a mouth, on Monstrous Whale and stuff like that. Like, it really feels like a theme park dark ride where you have these things that you can instantly connect with the source material. Go, hey, there's that thing. Hey, there's that thing. And the course itself is just really, really fun. Nice, good cornering. Places where you can kind of do that drift jump thing. Like, just really fantastic. And what was really fun too is the DLC waves. They came out every few months, and I kept up with it. So at the beginning of the year, I played through the game. I played the DLC stuff, and then when they released a new wave, I would play through that wave. And so I kept coming back to Mario Kart 8 Deluxe multiple times throughout the year, and it was just so much fun. I miss that in video games with DLC, and I think DLC can, and this is what I was going to put as one of the best DLCs, is the waves. I think I actually put that in the one of the categories, because man, dude, like, how fun is it to come back to a video game that you're very familiar with, you beat and finished, but then you see something new as well. Like, man, it's a really, really cool experience. I don't do that very often in games. When I play and finish a game, I very rarely ever boot it up again afterwards. Maybe if it's something that's really good, that's has stuck in my mind, made it in my top 50 games of all time list or something like that. And then maybe a decade or so later, then I'll come back and replay it. But very rarely ever happens. So I really liked the DLC for Mario Kart 8. And then I went through and did a bunch of videos. So I did a top 5 pinball tables video because I got super, super, super into pinball this year. Something that I was not expecting at all. I was really, really enjoying just kind of the leisurely pace of pinball. Being able to pick up and play, like, I own a Steam Deck, and people talk about that all the time with mobile gaming, like being able to pick it up and play. Like, that's why people love the Switch, or people love the Steam Deck. And I've never been that type of person to pick up, play a game for 5 minutes, and then put it down. Like, I don't like playing video games that way, and I also don't like playing on mobile devices because this is not very fun. This hurts. This sucks. But sitting back and having a big old, I think our screen in the projector screen is 16 feet. A 16-foot screen is much better than a 7-inch screen. Just saying. So I've been playing a lot of pinball, and I picked it up. I would play it while my wife was making dinner or something like that, or if she was finishing work late. Play just a couple rounds, and then I would lose hours into pinball. There was definitely times where I had to like pick up my dad from the airport at like 1 o'clock in the morning. So my wife would go to bed. I would be up for a couple hours. I wouldn't want to dive into a video game of some sort for a few hours, but I picked up video game pinball, and dude, I got really good at some tables. So I made a little video about that. You can go check it out if you want to. I also made a video about games I bounced off of. It's a title or category name that I wanted to change because I really don't like, I'm trying to think of the phrasing for it, but I don't like the meme-ness of it. When I say that, I mean something that just vernacularly expressing, like this feeling of, it's a game that I don't like. I don't like the phrasing, I think is really what I'm getting at. I don't like the phrasing of games I bounced off of, because again, it reminds me of Giant Bomb, and I just ugh. So I want to be a little bit more clear when I speak about video games, a little bit more professional, we could say. And I know some people hate that, but dude, I like talking about video games, and I like speaking clearly and saying what I mean about video games. So There's a couple games, Pizza Tower, like the art style is really, really good, but the gameplay itself, apparently it's based off of Wario Land. Uh, the only Wario games that I've ever played were WarioWare, obviously, and then I have I did play, especially recently, Wario. Is it Wario Land on the Virtual Boy? Yeah, it's dating myself a little bit, but yeah, I played that game, and that doesn't feel like that game at all. I'm sorry, Pizza Tower does not feel like the Virtual Boy Wario game. I believe it's Wario Land on the GameCube that they're talking about. I saw that in my store. I used to own a video game store, and I would see that game all the time, but I never actually played it. So if that's the style of the game it is, like, I can see why people like it. I just did not at all. And it was mostly due to the fact that it's this weird, it's not the art style. The art style is actually really interesting. It's this weird, like, uneasy feeling with the game where you go in and it's just the atmosphere, the sound effects, the background. All of it is just very creepy in a way that I just did not like, especially when you reach the end of the level and something is chasing you, like the, what is it, the Phantom Mask in Mario 2. When you pick up the key, the little mask shakes and then starts chasing you around. Basically, that's half of the game of Pizza Tower. The first half is getting to that point, and the second half is backtracking from where you were. So you get from point A to point B to point A. And from point B to point A, the second part of the level, you're being chased and you're on a timer. And I just, oh, dude, I did not like it. I hated it. Dave the Diver also was another one where I just could not get into. I know a couple people on the server actually did as well. They really liked it, and hey, awesome. But just with the amount of flair, just all the extra stuff. This is a game that is wide as a lake but deep as a puddle. It is just so shallow in everything that it does. The animation looks beautiful, but it means nothing. The gameplay and the story are beautiful, but means really nothing. You have all these mechanics that show up and then never show up again. And it's kind of interesting because part of the gameplay, like half of that game, is Like I'm the Chef, which is a video I did for RetroSember, where it was this Japanese game on a demo disc, the import section of the demo disc. And you play as the chef in a restaurant where you're cutting vegetables, pouring beer, and these mechanics show up in newer indie titles like Cook Serve Delicious. Like that is the, like when I saw Cook Serve Delicious back in like 2013, I went, oh, someone played I'm the Chef. Like that's exactly what that game is. It's 100% that. And I really tried to like I really tried to like Cook Serve Delicious because of that. And I thought that was, it's an indie game. The guy was a fan of Giant Bomb. I remember Giant Bomb kind of covered it. He made one of the hot dog meals called the Ryan Davis and stuff. And I was just like, oh, okay, cool. Like, yeah, nice little nod there. But it just did not stick with me as much as I'm the Chef. I'm the Chef just had something special. And I'm sure Cook Serve Delicious is a better game than I'm the Chef at this point. But nostalgia probably is holding me back from really enjoying it. But Dave the Diver, like they do a lot of the same very shallow gameplay where you're like bringing food, but the chef is the one that does all the stuff and all you play is a waiter. Dave the Diver is part scuba game, part waiter game, where you play a waiter in a restaurant, in a sushi restaurant. Like that's most of the game. And I hated being stuck to the, you play as the diver, you do a little bit of scuba diving, and then you do the food portion. I just like, let me play at my own pace. And some of the objectives just made no sense and all this stuff. And then it got really weird, like right off the bat, basically like, oh, you're playing with mermaids and you're talking to them and you battle this, creature, and I was just like, oh man, it's one of those games. Like, come on. So I did not like Dave the Diver, and then Advance Wars 1 and 2 Reboot Camp, or whatever the name is for that. Just like I said in the video, it took too long to come out. Another category was the best retro or classic game. I wanted to do a retro category. Like, that's part of what I want to do with Game of the Month in our Discord server, is make this like, hey, we're playing retro games. We're playing games that are a little bit older that most people don't even think about or might not have ever played before, because I really, really hate this modern gaming culture where if it didn't come out in the last 2 weeks, it's irrelevant. And I just hate that, because I play old games probably more than most people. I don't play them exclusively, and I don't play modern games exclusively. I think either or is stupid. Play some new games, play some old games. It really doesn't matter. They're games. I don't play old games and I don't play new games. I play games. So trying to have a Game of the Month category most months where it's like, dude, let's play some old stuff. Like, I liked suggesting Pilotwings 64 last October. I liked a couple others, I think, that we did some old stuff, and that was really, really fun. But for the most part, it's a category that I wish I played more old games with this year, because I played the Mario Kart series at the beginning of this year. I played the Rock Band and Guitar Hero series, and that got me into doing a lot. I mean, I have it right here. I have my Rock Band 4 guitar. It's hooked up currently to this PC, and I can load up what is called Clone Hero, which is a basically a Unity game that basically allows you to play every Rock Band, Guitar Hero, and custom song ever created, all in one fell swoop. So I could load up Clone Hero right now and play through about 7,000 different songs, over 7,000 songs. And I have basically every Rock Band game and every Guitar Hero game at the tip of my fingertips. It's rad. So before I did that, I played through the actual Guitar Hero series and Rock Band series, and I had a blast. I haven't played Beatles Rock Band since it came out in 2009, September 9th, 2009. So I had a lot of fun with that. It's been a while, and that game is just spectacular. Rock Band, Beatles Rock Band in particular, just people need to recognize how, if you don't like Beatles, you're not going to like that game, because, I mean, obviously it's a game based on the Beatles, but the way that they portrayed the Beatles and their career spanning from, the early 60s to the 70s, man, just that small time period that they were a band for, like, it's incredible how short of a career they actually had when you look at album releases and how varied and influential their music have been. So, and I love the Beatles. I made a video on the Beatles Get Back, and that was really fun to make too. That was probably one of my better performing videos. I have over 1,000 views on that. And I know that's not saying a lot. I think I got spoiled with my, back in 2009 when I did, or 2010. It's 2010, right? My Red Dead Redemption demonic horse video got 250,000 plus views. I think it's sitting around almost 270,000 views. But boy, that's a video that has some good memories attached to it. But I really enjoyed making the Beatles video because I just love the Beatles so much. It's just been a part of my childhood and my life. That band has been a part of my life. So playing through Beatles Rock Band was really good. All right, let's finish these things up really quick here. Best previous year, I did a video on this. A Plague Tale Requiem. Man, I really, really, really loved this video game. I said it in the video, but my wife loves watching me play video games, and A Plague Tale Requiem was like tip top, was like one of my favorites. I wanted to do a video about my favorite character from a video game. Like, again, kind of stealing from Giant Bomb, the classic years, the real years. Um, they would have like best supporting character and stuff like that. And I really like the idea of picking out a standout character from a video game and saying, this was a really well done character. It was a really funny character. It was really well written. I connected with that character, whatever, right? So there was a couple standouts from this year, and they both came from the tail end of the year. And I'll kind of get more into that when I start recording the podcast. But uh, from RoboCop, the new RoboCop game, RoboCop Rogue City, Pickles is a really interesting character. He is a drug addict and he is a cop informant, but he kind of teams up with you at some point as you play as RoboCop, and he kind of becomes your like buddy slash partner. And it's really fun to be able to see that he cares so much, even though he is portrayed as a drug addict in the game and, can't be trustworthy in certain aspects. And there's this whole side quest with him in a video game or a video store, a video rental store like Blockbuster, like the warehouse. And man, I just went, this again, it was a this makes a category. This character makes this category. And so I really wanted to do a video on it. And again, this is something that I wish I planned out better, because I really want to be able to have people come up with their own, list and be able to say, oh yeah, I love Pickles from RoboCop. Man, did you play that video store rental section where, he basically is like a cinephile. He is someone who loves movies and he's like trying to find the perfect movie to rent. And you as RoboCop are going through and looking at all these back of the boxes for, movies and checking the description, seeing if it matches the one he's thinking about. And it's like, where did that come from? Like, that is a really interesting side quest for RoboCop, right? So I wanted to do a video on it. I just didn't have the time to do it. And again, it was more because I couldn't think of a third character to come up with for the category. I had two in mind: Pickles from RoboCop and Rose from Alan Wake 2, both, in October. Alan Wake 2 is such an interesting game, and when Rose first shows up, I can't remember if she's in the first game or not. I think she might be, but she is this waitress at the diner, and then she moonlights as a She moonlights as a nurse for the nursing home as well. She has this weird uncanny valley to her graphics on her face, and the way that she talks and speaks and acts is super weird for the game itself. Like, it's off-putting, and again, it seeps into that uncanny valley. But she is super ditzy sometimes, but she's super careful and helpful as well. She seems crazy, but like, her intentions are good, and it's just like, wow, this is a really unique character. And as you progress through the game, it becomes much more apparent. So I really like that. There was also a favorite moment category, but I'll probably talk about that on the podcast, which we'll start recording in just a moment. I did a video for games I wish I played, because there's just so much time in a year to be able to play. And some of these games, like Baldur's Gate 3 and Diablo 4, both came out when I just did not want to play video games. Like, it was the summer, and I just went, I'm not really into playing video games right now. I just kind of don't want to. I got in this funk this year with playing video games and just not wanting to be a part of playing Diablo 4 and playing, Baldur's Gate 3, especially with all the weird stuff that Baldur's Gate 3 like really went into with their marketing. Like, I didn't really want to be a part of it and play it and purchase it. But I heard so many good things, and it's such a bummer, because like, Baldur's Gate 3 apparently is the greatest game ever created, but it's a dice rolling game, and I didn't like that. I didn't care for the CRPG mechanic type of it. I think that's a terrible and stupid description in the first place. What's the difference between an RPG and a CRPG? It's a computer. It's on a computer. But Baldur's Gate 3 is a console game as well. But it's a computer role-playing game. What does that mean? Like, come on. Like, we need to, as a society, think of better descriptions for games, because CRPG means nothing. It is a stupid, stupid, stupid name. And I don't want to get on a rant, but oh my gosh, it's dumb. Diablo 4 is also one that I really wanted to get into, because Diablo was one of our games of the month this year. And I started playing I finished Diablo. I had a blast playing it. I started playing Diablo 2 Resurrected, I think is what it is. It's like the remastered version or remake version, and it was really good, but it's hard to get into those types of games for me. I'm not a point and click. I just hate that style of movement. Click over here, have the character walk. Okay, move the mouse all the way over to the other side and click over there to have the character. Like, just give me direct control, and it's why I'm still baffled that Diablo 3 doesn't have that. Oh, such a bummer, such a stupid, because I bought Diablo 3 thinking, oh, it's in the age of controllers kind of being a normal control scheme on computer games, and just for whatever reason, it just does not have it. And then Diablo 4, I was just kind of riding the train a little bit, hoping that people would really get into playing that and being a part of it. And it seemed like some people were, but when it came out, I was just like, again, not burned out, but I just didn't want to play anything at that point. Assassin's Creed Mirage, Street Fighter 6, and Mortal Kombat 1 were also games that I really wanted to play. For whatever reason, I just wasn't feeling it. I think with Street Fighter 6 and Mortal Kombat 1, I said in the video, I'm just not a fighting game guy, man. I'm just not. I just don't like it. I did a couple others, but I want to kind of get into my actual game of the year list. So without further ado, give me a second here. Let me compose myself and hit record on the Rode Procaster 2. And we will begin Game of the Year discussions. Welcome, everyone, to Game of the Year 2023. This is the Game or Die podcast. I am your host, Ryan Moore, as always, and I am streaming on both Twitch and YouTube tonight. And tonight, it is currently nearly 8 o'clock Central Time on New Year's Eve. I wanted to do a podcast for the last couple of months, and I just haven't had the time or energy to do it. And I kept saving up all the games that I was playing. And I'm about to explode with talking about these games I really, really, really want to talk about. So I'm going to dive hardcore pretty deep into a few of these games. But for those of you who are watching on Twitch or YouTube, I actually do have some footage to be able to play through as I talk about these games. So without further ado, let's dive into my top 10 games of 2023. These are the games that I played and I just had such a good time with, that not only do I want to talk about them on the podcast, but I also want to talk about it and have it as a permanent list of games I really enjoyed. This is a personal list. Like everyone says, you can't comment on someone's personal. Yeah, you can, but you just remember that, hey, this is a personal list. And I think it's kind of dumb that we have to say that, because, man, we all have opinions. We all have different tastes in games and movies and music and all that stuff. But these are some standouts in my year that I just went, boy, this is fun. Boy, this is really good. Boy, I need to talk about this more and how awesome this was, this experience. So number 10 is Hi-Fi Rush. Hi-Fi Rush was a January release in 2023, and it's kind of funny because I said as soon as I started playing this game, this is going to be in my top 10. And it's because it's a rhythm-based game, which I'm super into, even though I'm bad at rhythm, and I'll talk about that in a second here. But it's a rhythm-based combat platformer. And it's in the style of this weird cartoon anime style that a lot of games and even movies especially are really kind of bringing to the forefront with animation. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it's got that weird animation style. I believe, oh man, I'm going to mess this up. It starts with an S. I can't remember. It's not segregated for sure, but it's this weird style of animation that basically stops the keyframes at a certain amount, and it's the step animation that makes it look like the best analogy would be Spider-Man, the new animated Spider-Man movies. What is it? Spider-Verse and Across the Spider-Verse. Those those movies have that style of animation where it looks a little bit jilted, um, but man, it really, really works for this game. And this was a game made by Tango Artwork or Tango Gameworks or Studio Works, which made the Evil Within series. And I I had a blast playing this game, even though it was something completely different than what that studio normally makes. Dude, I dug this game so much. It was so stinking fun. It reminded me of a Dreamcast game, and that's really why it's stuck around so much. It was surprise released. A lot of people say shadow drop, and that doesn't make sense. I don't understand what a shadow drop is. Like a shadow's behind you and it gets dropped, but it doesn't have weight. Like again, getting a little bit mad at the way these things are said in the community of gamers, but it was a surprise release. That's pretty easy to understand, right? It was a surprise and it just got announced and released on the same moment. They said, hey, by the way, we're showing this new game that we've been working on for a while. It's called Hi-Fi Rush. You play as this character named Chai, which was really interesting because without getting into all the politicalness of modern game making, but I used to know a guy named Chai, and I thought that was a really interesting and weird name. Like it was a name I've never heard before, and I was like, "Oh, that's interesting." And I heard it here, and it just immediately brought him to my mind. And I was like, "Oh man, I miss Chai. He was really really cool." Um, I met him through my old boss John, and we played video games together, and he was just a really rad dude. But Hi-Fi Rush was this game that just captivated me, and it brought me back to like, dude, remember platformers? Remember how fun and colorful they used to be? And this game just oozes color. It is so stinking fun. I cannot believe how fun this game was. But I originally had a little bit of a difficult time with the combat system because the combat system itself is basically where you push a button and it has to be in rhythm with the game soundtrack. The soundtrack and the actions are tied to each other. You could bring up a menu or an overlay on top of the game to kind of have you be able to sync beats, but not only do I suck at keeping a beat and keeping rhythm, but I also have a pretty weird and complicated setup for gaming. Again, I play on a projector, which is a big no no on most people when they play video games. The lag is not as bad as you think it is, but there is some input lag. And then it's also going through a lot of different cables. So the input lag, even if it was directly applied to the projector, would be there. But now it's routing through different computers, operating systems, OBS and all that stuff, plus my receiver, and then to the projector. And it's just like, it's a mess of input latency that is not that bad. I can absolutely manage it, but when it comes to very tight windows on music-based or rhythm-based gameplay, it is a little bit more difficult. And that's why I have Clone Hero on this computer. Is even then I have a TV here and the input lag is still not great because of that. But man, I had such a fun time with this. It really reminded me in certain aspects of Scott Pilgrim versus the World, where Scott Pilgrim has to fight Ramona's 7 evil exes, right? You're fighting these bosses in an order that almost seems like it's kind of taking from that. I know it's not, but it really felt like these bosses were almost like the evil exes in Scott Pilgrim. But they were so fun to play through. Each character has their very own unique art style and the way that they speak and their kind of theme of who they are. I remember the first character, the first boss is like this big brute of a woman, and she's like a wrestler. And then you have the more technology focused guy, and he's got all these, tendrils and snake hair type stuff. Is just, oh man, it's incredible. But I really, really liked Hi-Fi Rush, and it was my number 10 for a reason, because we don't get these types of platformer games anymore. We don't get these games that are super colorful and use a great color palette of primary colors. You have the rhythm-based combat, which you can suck at. I was able to basically you can button mash and it will just kind of queue up your button press to have it sync with the animation. And I thought that was really unique. I thought that was really nice on their part, because one of the things that I don't like about these types of games is, excuse me, it is I want to try and think of the correct wording for it, but it's an arena based combat almost, where you are locked into an area, a circle basically, in certain aspects of combat, and you're graded on your performance, which I've never been a fan of. The best game that I think that does it is Bayonetta. I love the Bayonetta series, but that is like the one thing I don't like about it. Is every time I get into a battle, combat, I'm graded on my performance, and I just kind of button mash my way through. I tried to do the timings of like the dodging, building up combos and stuff like that, but I'm there for the action. I am there to play the game, and I don't care how well I did, and I don't care about my grade. Is it A, B, C, D, or S? And I think S ranking being the highest tier, and then you have like S plus, S plus plus, and all that. Like I hate ranking stuff like that because it makes no sense in my mind. A has always been the best that you can get, right? F is the worst. Then you got D, C, B, A. And then you've got the pluses and minuses if you do good or bad in those areas. But S has just never made sense. And I know that's more of a rant than anything else, but whatever. It's my list. I can rant about it if I want. But with Hi-Fi Rush, man, it's just so nice to be able to have a goofy, fun, free carrying type of game that doesn't push anything and all that fun stuff, but it really takes fun as the main factor. And I had fun throughout the entire game. The platforming was really cool. The rail sections where you're kind of like using your guitar as a hook and, going through these like minecart levels almost. Man, it's a blast to play. I had a really, really, really fun time with Hi-Fi Rush. Then that brings us to number 9, and oh boy, I'm I, I'm gonna catch a lot of flack from myself for this list, and especially this year in general. It's definitely on me to say, look, 2023 was not the best year of my life, which is a bummer because 2021 was probably 2020 and 2021 is probably everyone's best or worst years of their lives by far, I'm sure. I had a blast during that time. But this year was pretty rough for me. And there was some games where I really wanted to like and I didn't. There was some games that I really didn't want to like and I ended up liking quite a lot. And then there's a game like number 9, which is Star Wars Jedi Survival. Star Wars Jedi Survival is really, really interesting because I am not a. I hate saying this, but I don't like Star Wars anymore. I really don't. I don't like the modern version of Star Wars, the Disney-fied version of Star Wars that we all knew was going to happen. Like, we all knew that Disney was going to get their claws into Star Wars and just start whoring it out, for a lack of a better term, and just producing a lot of garbage. But every once in a while, we get a good Star Wars, like The Mandalorian. You can say the Book of Boba Fett, which is basically like, man, I don't want to get into this as much because this is not really a rant on Star Wars itself. I don't need to rant on it. I've done it many, 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 many times before. There's a lot of garbage Star Wars stuff, and I think it mostly spans from the fans, the quote unquote fans. Because when I was younger, man, Star Wars was not really that cool to like. It was pop culture, definitely, but it was not pop culture in junior high. It was not the cool thing to like. And I loved Star Wars when I was in junior high. My best friend had, the card battling game that I tried to get into and I never really understood. He had the Slave one. He had all the action figures. I had the box set, the VHS box set. I went to go see all the special edition releases in theaters when those came out in, I think, 97. Like, dude, I was a kid and I really loved Star Wars, and it was not super popular to love Star Wars like most people do now. And I had fun with that series for a while, and then when Disney bought it and when they started doing all this stuff, I just kind of didn't really enjoy it all that much. It's not that, oh, everyone else likes it so I can't like it. It's, oh, everyone's like really going hard into this, like, really weird and creepy way, especially now. You have people my age, 40-ish years old, 50 years old, and they're wearing the Star Wars t-shirts. They've got the lightsabers up on their, walls and stuff like that. And it's just like you can have some of that stuff to remind you of your childhood, but I think there's a lot of people who just like take it way, way, way overboard. They're watching, the movies every night before they go to bed, and they're going on the Disneyland rides when they're 40 and they don't have kids, and it's just like it's a little weird at this point. I just don't like it. But that has nothing to do with this stupid game. The reason I'm kind of a little bit bummed about talking about Star Wars Jedi Survivor, which is a really crappy, stupid name, is because I really liked the first one, which was Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. I really liked that game when it came out, and I played through it, and I do remember having some issues, but nothing that like deterred me from stopping and not playing it anymore. I did not have game breaking bugs. I don't remember if the game crashed or not. I'm sure it probably did once or twice, but never anything that reminds me of bad times playing that game. I had a really fun time playing that game. When this game came out, I was actually pretty excited about it because I went, man, I had a really fun time with Fallen Order. So Survivor came out, and I didn't want to spend $70 on it because I think $70 for a video game is stupid. Just because you can make something $70 doesn't mean it is worth it. And most games, especially new modern games, are not worth $70. Not even for the fact of the game technically, or artistically is not worth it. It's the game technically isn't worth it at this point. And I mean like major, massive bugs in most AAA, massive, budget games. We are getting unbelievably poor performance out of these games, and this was like the big one. This is the one that takes the cake for that. I remember when this game came out on launch night, I loaded it up, and the first thing I saw was the game compiling shaders, which is like this new thing. Like a lot of games need to do that now, and I don't know why this is a new trend. I believe it's because the engine and the way these games work. I'm not a developer. I don't know a lot of the back end stuff about game development. You could ask me what the heck is a shader, and I couldn't really tell you. But when I see the compiling shader stuff, I go, that should be hidden. Like that should be hidden from the player. That is something technical that should be happening behind something. Play an intro movie, let it compile the shaders while the movie is playing, make it low res if you need to. I don't care. And let it do its thing, but I should not be seeing this issue. And then when the game started, the first cutscene that plays, like it's stuttering. And I went, ooh, that doesn't look very good. Is this game going to be not finished like most other things nowadays? And yeah, kind of. It was just not. I hate using the word optimized because that's really kind of a thing that people don't understand what that really means. But the game was not ready to be released, and it was delayed multiple times too. This game should have come out years ago, and it was delayed and delayed and delayed, and then it finally came out, and it just stutters everywhere. Even if you're watching the stream right now, you can see these random little stutters here and there, and the jumping animation or the slicing animation is just like, dude, this game does not perform well. This performs really bad, and it also looked really bad. When I played it on my oh man, was it 11th gen i7, 64 gigs of RAM, a 3070 Ti Super. Like, this is a pretty decent gaming rig. It's not top of the line anymore because everything's way too expensive for that now. But oh my gosh, why did this game perform so bad and look so bad? It looked like a PS2 game. Just unbelievably blurry. And then I stopped playing it after like 45 minutes, just going, dude, this looks awful. Is anyone else having this issue? And I started like searching the internet. It's like 1 something in the morning at this point, 1 o'clock in the morning. And I'm scouring the internet going, why does this game look like, and I'm not exaggerating, I'm not being hyperbolic at this point. It looks like a PS2 game. It's so unbelievably blurry and low res. Like, screw that, it's 64 type of blur. Nintendo 64 blur was going on. I was just like, what is happening? And I didn't even have like RTX on. I turned that on. I couldn't figure anything out. It didn't look any different. Then the game crashed, and then I just went, oh my gosh, I'm done. And so I turned it off for the night. I went to bed. I came back. I turned it back on. I started looking through some stuff, and I found out that there's this new technology that both AMD and NVIDIA are really trying to push, which is DLSS, or I can't remember AMD's version of it, like FXR or something, or FSR or something like that, which is basically super downsampling, where it takes and renders the game internally at a very high resolution and then squishes it down to output it at your resolution for your monitor. I could be getting that wrong. I don't care. I don't like the technology. I know everyone does. I personally don't, because I don't see an advantage to it. And the reason why is because of games like this, where it's like this AMD technology, because the game was sponsored by AMD, is shoved in here. There's no option for the NVIDIA version of that, which only could have been modded in later on. And when you have it on, it looks like garbage. When you turn it off, I went, oh my gosh, okay, cool. It's like putting on a pair of glasses for the first time when you need glasses and you put them on for the first time, you go, holy crap, I can see everything. That's what my gaming experience was like with this game. And I know it sounds awful. It sounds like I'm crapping all over this and it shouldn't be number 9 on my list, but there is a difference between technical issues in a game and the way the game is actually made, artistic issues. The technical issues, yes, they are massive, and it got me to stop playing the game. Even a couple days later, I was just like, dude, this game is performing really poorly. I was seeing videos everywhere. Digital Foundry made a video about how poorly it was made, and I was just like, oh yeah, you know what? Maybe I should finally put into practice the, hey, if you don't, if you're not having fun or you're not liking it, wait for a patch type of, style. And I never do that. But I was going to do it with this game because I wanted my experience with this game to be perfect or as perfect as possible, right? And that was a real stupid thing for me to do with this game because we're at the end of the year. This game has been out for a good, 7, 8 months, 10 months? I can't remember. It's still not fixed yet, and it probably never will be because the original game, Fallen Order, was never fixed either for a lot of the massive issues. You boot that game up right now in 2023, and it came out in 2019. It still has issues, and it will never be fixed. Yeah, if you have newer technology, I'm sure like in 10 years from now, we could probably brute force a lot of this stuff. But for right now, with the stuff that we have, you can't. And just the gameplay itself is good, but the technical aspect of the game is bad and probably never will be fixed. So I know I sound down on this game, but I'm only talking about the technical aspects of it. The real aspect of it, the gameplay itself, is actually pretty fun. The characters are really interesting and unique. For the most part, there's a couple characters where I go, just get them out of here, get them go, have them go away. But the platforming, the action, the boss battles, the traversal, the new way that you move around with fast travel and stuff like that, the more open-ended aspects of it. I had a really fun time with this game. It's just the technical aspects really did bring it down quite a lot, and it was a bummer. It was definitely a bummer for me to play something that I kept seeing, man, I hope this gets better. I hope this gets better, and just kind of never improved on the technical aspects of Jedi Survivor. I always have trouble with that name. I don't get it. All right. Well, that was number 9, Star Wars Jedi Survivor. Now we have one that I really want to get into. I talked about it just briefly before I started recording, doing the stream only portion of this. But man, I love VR. And they finally released Assassin's Creed Nexus VR, which basically allows you to go through both, or is through 3 different characters in the Assassin's Creed universe. You start off with Ezio in Italy, and then you go to Greece and you play as Cassandra from Assassin's Creed Odyssey, and then you go into you play as Connor from Assassin's Creed 3. I really wish that they would have chosen Edward Kenway from Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, because I think he would have been a much better choice and more interesting, because again, VR and pirates just go hand in hand. But basically, what I'm super excited about is the VR aspect is something that so many people don't really fully understand. And I think it's because I've done a video on this and I'm going to redo that video because VR is awesome. It is such a unique, interesting thing. But if you don't experience it for yourself, you'll never truly understand why it's so cool. There are things that people say that are incorrect about VR, like the motion sickness stuff. That really doesn't exist unless you really try and put yourself into an aspect of really having something poorly optimized with a really bad headset and blah, blah, blah. Um, just motion sickness in general with VR stuff is not really a thing. Like, oh, I put a VR headset on and I instantly vomited. No, you didn't. You're a liar. Like, I see that comment still, and it's like, I can guarantee you, no, they didn't. I will go to bat for VR any day of the week. I've been playing VR since 2014. I proposed to my wife using VR technology in 2016, before the actual headsets really came out. I think. No, it was in June or July. Crap. They were just originally out. But I proposed to my wife using VR because I thought it was such a cool and unique and interesting technology. And I think, oh man, if I could give my headset to someone for a day and just say, play this, this, and this in this order with these controls in this setting, I guarantee you'll fall in love with this and you will never want to play another flat screen, quote unquote, pancake game ever again. Because when you play VR, you are transported into the game world. You look at movies, where they kind of simulate being in a video game like Tron or Lawnmower Man or something like that. And it's like, dude, you have no idea what VR is actually really like. It's like you're there because you are. You're encompassed by the world. You are fully enveloped by the world. It is not to the side like real world, like you got your dog next to you, you got your cup of coffee, you can look up away from the screen. You are inside the video game world, and everywhere is places you can go, for the most part, again, depending on the game. But with Assassin's Creed Nexus VR, which again, I think the naming of video games is getting really stupid. But man, one of my favorite things about just Assassin's Creed in general, I know a lot of people have issues with Assassin's Creed, but one of my things with Assassin's Creed in general that I love about the series, it's basically a time machine. It takes you and transports you into that time period in a very realistic way. It is not perfect. No one is saying that it's perfect. I am not saying that it is a perfect, 1-to-1 ratio time machine experience. But you can, suspend your disbelief a little bit and really kind of go, I'm kind of living this world, right? Like I'm living in the colonial times. I'm living in ancient Egypt. And it is just so wonderful. I think one of the coolest things about VR is that takes it to an extreme. So this is kind of interesting. When I started playing this game, I wanted to immediately stream it. Like that was one of the things. So I did a stream first booting this game up, and I went, ooh, this is going to be something I really, really enjoy. I love this. I want to stream this as my stream game because I do want to do more of these streams. I do want to be better about putting myself out there, making videos, doing all this stuff so that other people can see my experiences and my love for this technology on a much more regular basis. Yes, I can do some podcasts every once in a while and I can give you my vocal experience. But when you see the experience on screen, it makes it a little bit better. And this is why I have these videos playing as I'm talking about this on stream via Twitch and YouTube. Again, I want to do this more. You have to be able to experience for yourself though. And so when I started streaming this game, the second time I streamed it, I did not choose the right channel. And so I was streaming to a channel that no one knows about. which is my test channel. And it was a bummer because I sat there for basically half an hour talking about what I'm talking about right now. How perfect this is for getting people not only into VR, but history as well. When you play Assassin's Creed VR, you're transported into a time period that you might not understand, you might not know about, and it really kind of just helps you interact with the characters in a way that you would never do it with a flat TV screen. You just don't get that same interaction level. Climbing is super fun in this game too. Like you're just grabbing at air in real life. You might look like a complete moron, but in the game, the way that you climb, when you look down at your feet kind of, you know, they're not tracked via the headset. So your character animation, the feet kind of magnetize a little bit and move to the walls that you're kind of climbing and rappelling on. So it makes it a lot more immersive. And you talk about video games with people, and one of the biggest gripes or complaints that they say is anytime, especially with technical issues, it's immersion breaking. Oh, it's immersion breaking. Oh, it broke my immersion because the game stuttered or whatever. And it's like, yeah, I can kind of see what you're talking about. But your immersion breaks every time you pick up your phone. Your immersion breaks every time you glance away at the screen. You can't do that in VR. Your immersion can't break as quickly in VR, yet no one ever talks about that. And that's something that I really want to talk about in my video that I'm going to make. That's like my next project. I have to do it is because again, you're in a time machine. You're oh man, I'm really trying to find the correct words for this. You are not going to find a better time machine experience ever in your life. Technology will never give us, I do not believe we'll ever see a real life time machine. Yes, the DeLorean and Back to the Future is rad. Movies are really cool and great ways to experience time by putting characters into scenes and having specific periods of time be portrayed that way. But I don't believe you will ever be able to experience the time machine experience any better than in VR. And with Assassin's Creed VR, you can experience that right now. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. Don't be an idiot. Of course it's not, right? But it is really, really stinking close to being able to kind of see that. Like, if you've ever played a video game and been immersed, just talking regular video game, PS2, Xbox 360, if you played Assassin's Creed Black Flag and you went, boy, I feel like I'm a pirate, multiply that by 1,000 because you are not just watching a character that you're controlling experience this stuff. You are in the world yourself experiencing it. And that's what I love about this game. And that's why as soon as I looked at it, I went, dude, this is my top 10. Like, just instantly. I don't like the modern day version stuff. I don't like the actual Animus stuff. And I think it's an okay portrayal of, like, hopefully what VR will be like in the next 10 years, let's say. I think like the Animus is like, oh, cool. Like there's not really, like, even in 2016, the original Oculus Home experience, when you put the headset on and you're in this like little virtual world, is so much better than what the Animus looks like. It's just more modern day, like things are being tracked properly in the Animus versus in what it is in real life. But other than that, like, dude, it looks really crappy and boring in the Animus. A real headset's virtual environment is much more interesting. On my Quest, right now I have it's like this miner town, like an old west mining town environment. And I was just like, dude, this is really cool. I love this. Like, I could just sit here for like 5 minutes just looking. I just wish you could move through it. Like you used to be able to with the Oculus Home on the PC. you would actually be able to physically move. And with Steam VR, you can physically move through the location in your hub world or home world or whatever you want to call it. You don't have that with the Quest. It's just, a static environment that you have 360-degree view of, but not actual movement in. But man, let's talk about Assassin's Creed really quick. Like I said, the climbing is a built-in like bullet point, back of the box bullet point of Assassin's Creed games, right? The climbing feels really good, and you can kind of climb whatever you want in the game, which is really, really fun. Another aspect that I streamed to my non-viewable Twitch stream was you actually have like this bird's eye view, and it creates like this model of the city you're in. You can kind of like, stand over and like look over buildings like in God mode or whatever. And it's just like, dude, this is really, really fun. This is so cool. I loved it. Like I said, I really wish that they would have put the Assassin's Creed Black Flag stuff in there. Cassandra is a standout character. Kenway is a better character. They didn't utilize. I really liked, I'm trying to remember the name of the character, but if you said, what are my two favorite Assassin's Creed games out of like the 13 that exist, the only two that I care about really, Black Flag because it's pirates, and Assassin's Creed Origins. Assassin's Creed Origin was like an eye-opening experience. I don't know why I think that game is so special. I would love to read my review of it again because that is a very special game to me for some reason that is not coming to my mind right now, but I loved the setting in that, and I really liked the character, and the character was really well done. He was very, very personable and relatable because he's like really emphasizing how much he cares for his son. I think his son dies and he goes into the Duat, which is like their version of like heaven or whatever, the afterlife and all that. But oh my gosh, dude, like I love that, and I really wish I got to experience Egypt in Assassin's Creed VR. But I hope this game does well enough because yes, the settings are good, they could be better, and they should really allow new Assassin's Creed games to be played in VR because it is just unbelievable how rad this stuff is. Oh man. Assassin's Creed VR, man, it's something that I think everyone should really, really try. If you like VR, if you have it, it is worth it, without a doubt. I bought that game pretty much sight unseen. I heard that they were going to do it, and I went, I'm probably going to buy this. It came out, and the day it came out, I saw a couple people say, I returned it, and I went, why? And they were like, oh, well, the graphics aren't, that great or whatever. Or I didn't like the way that they handled the movement or whatever. And I was just like, okay, but is the game good? And then I saw a couple other people saying this is fantastic, this is phenomenal, 10 out of 10. And I went, okay, is it really good or are you just over exaggerating? And then I looked up like maybe 30 seconds of gameplay and I went, yeah, I'm going to play it. I'm going to buy it. Excuse me. So I had a really, really fun time with Assassin's Creed Nexus VR, and I want to stream more of it too. All right, let's talk about number 7. This one was really interesting. Number 7 is System Shock, the remake. The remake of System Shock came out, and I didn't know what to think about it. I watched a couple videos and I went, you know what? Maybe I'll give it a try. I've always wanted to get into System Shock because it's made from Looking Glass Studios, which is basically the original BioShock developers. And it was their stuff before they went to move on to BioShock, and I loved BioShock. Oh my gosh. I met Ken Levine at E3 back in 2013. No, 2012. It was before BioShock Infinite came out. It might have been 2011. I can't remember, because BioShock was delayed quite a few times, or BioShock Infinite was delayed a few times. But man, I've always wanted to get into System Shock, and I just couldn't for whatever reason every time I would load it up. And then with this new remake, I went, okay, the issues that I had, like the controls being a keyboard and mouse type of game and stuff like that, I was just like, okay, those are gone. Yes, this game is like really still heavily developed for keyboard and mouse and controls. Uh, and I think the inventory, like, you kind of have to use the keyboard to be better with the inventory. But when I'm playing on my couch, I've got a trackball right next to me, a trackball mouse. And so I'm playing with a controller, and then when I need to use the inventory, when it really makes that finite little, fast movements but really precise movements, that's where the mouse comes in, and I can just hold my controller with my left hand and then use my right hand to use the trackball mouse really quick to do whatever I need to do, and then grab the controller again and continue playing. And it's just like, dude, this is pretty much the best way to play this, and I just had a blast playing it. I can't say that much because I didn't finish it, but it made such an impression on me. Again, the aspect of really basically being a predecessor to the BioShock series, just, it captivated me. I loved the animations. I loved the combat as well. I had a really fun time. I'm not a big monster combat person, but I had some fun with this game. It was so enjoyable. But I don't have much to say about System Shock Remake other than it's a game no one else talked about. And I was really bummed out by that, because it was like, dude, I want to hear more. Like, I want to hear other people talk about this game, and no one was talking about it. And with everything that this game has to offer, it's, from what I saw, it is System Shock, but updated, and kind of uses the original System Shock as a blueprint. And one of the coolest things that I really liked about it was the hacking mini games. When you do the hacking mini games, you basically go into the computer, like in a quote unquote VR setting, and you're this little spaceship that's flying around with 6 degrees of movement, like the old classic Descent game. And I love Descent on the PC when I was a kid. That was shareware, I believe it was. And holy crap, that was so much fun. It was so stinking good to be able to watch how that game still shows up in modern games nowadays, and I just loved it. So System Shock Remake, or System Shock 2023, is number 7 on my list. All right, let's move on to number 6. This is going to be a a little bit controversial for some people, and I know and I understand why people have an issue with Starfield. I get it. I understand it. I can see the issues. But when Starfield was coming out, it came out like, it was a weird launch cycle. Streamers and anyone who paid $100 got the game like a week ahead of time. And for the first couple of days, I saw people just losing their minds, having so much fun with it. As soon as the general public, the rest of us, were able to play it, the majority of people online very quickly turned on it. And like I said, I can see why people don't like Starfield, but I don't think it's that big of a deal. I think the issues that people have with Starfield are not that big of a deal. And let me explain why. So, Starfield is basically just another Bethesda game. And I think that's where the discussion of the issues stops. Is so many people were hyping up Starfield to be the greatest and latest and newest, bestest thing in the world, right? We saw it with No Man's Sky, and oh man, there's a lot of similarities, but not at the same time with No Man's Sky. It's really interesting with the way Bethesda made Starfield. It feels like they saw some of the stuff from No Man's Sky and decided to do the same thing, where they didn't really talk about the game all that much for many, many, many years. When it finally started to be shown, they didn't really explain the differences between this game and the previous games that they were making. They were hyping up a lot of things that don't really matter, or they were hyping up things that don't really act the same way that they were hyping it up as. And I think people got fooled, but I think they got fooled by themselves in a way. So the way that my experience with Starfield happened is let me preface this. My wife is currently playing as we speak, I believe, unless she's walking around upstairs. She's playing Starfield right now. She's been playing it since it came out, since launch day. It is my wife's favorite game right now, for sure, 100%. She loves Bethesda games. She loves Skyrim. It's like one of her favorite games of all time. She didn't really get into Fallout, which I'm kind of baffled by, because she loves Skyrim. I love Fallout. Fallout is my Bethesda series. So her enjoyment impacts me a great deal. We're married. We're basically one person anyways, right? So when she started really getting psyched and hyped up about Starfield, I got psyched and hyped up about Starfield because I wanted her to have a new video game to play instead of going back to Skyrim again. When the game came out, when streamers got it and the people who spent $100 on it, when that came out, I saw people kind of going, I don't know, this doesn't really look that impressive, blah, blah, blah. Oh, it's going to have jank and blah, blah, blah. And I started seeing the negative comments even before the general public came out or got a hold of it. And I didn't want her to be dissuaded to play it just because a bunch of people on the internet are unhappy because it didn't meet their expectations. So when it released on launch night, it's on Game Pass, so it's basically free, right? I loaded it up on her Xbox and she started playing it and she was like really into it. And then I started playing it on PC in the next room, in the living room. And I got into about 30 hours into that game in, let's say, 5 days. I played that game nonstop. It might have been a little bit more than that. I can't remember. But within a week, the launch week, I spent over 30 hours in that game. It's a Bethesda game. Like, what can I say? Like, there's not really that much more to say about it. It's in space. It is a Fallout in space. But I have no problem with that. My wife doesn't have a problem with that. And she is over the moon with that game. She has gone through Unity like twice. This is, I think, her second or third time. I can't remember. And I saw a streamer go through it and speed run it before when it was coming out, when it was released to streamers, that early access period. And then it came out with a video a couple days later saying, don't do what I did. Don't speed run through this game. The way New Game Plus works is very different than what I assumed it was going to be. And I really kind of ruined a lot of stuff with speed running it. And so I kind of got spoiled on the ending, and I kind of understood what was going on before the game came out. And I had to hold that back while my wife was playing it, because she was just, going through the game, and she's, dumping dozens and dozens and dozens of hours into that game. She's like 100+ hours into that game at this point. And we don't, especially she does not play games that often as much as I do, nowhere near as much as I do. And she's hundreds of hours into that game. So hearing her enjoyment got me excited. Just on that first night of playing it, like she got two-ish hours into that game before she went to bed. She was like, "Dude, I love this game. I'm so happy. I'm having a blast with it." And I got really excited myself. And I downloaded the game. I wasn't even going to play the game because I kind of started seeing like the negative comments and going, do I really need to play Starfield? Like, if it is just another Bethesda game, do I really need to play it? If it's Fallout in space, do I really need to play it? And man, her enjoyment and her just pure joy at playing that game for the first 2 hours was so infectious that it got me to download it. And then I started playing it and I went, yeah, I can see where people are not happy with this, but then I started playing it differently than I normally play a Bethesda game, where I didn't care about the characters so much, and I kind of made my own fun. Uh, that's where I really enjoyed it. But the storylines were really interesting. The the side characters and the the people that you're with on the ship, I didn't care that much about, but every once in a while I would get into one of their missions and be excited. The exploration is what I think most people are just disappointed with. Not having it an open world fully, where you have to jump on a ship and fly to a location, land there, and then you have this circular area that is technically, walled off, whether it's with cliffs or valleys or whatever, where you cannot explore a planet like No Man's Sky. I think that is the biggest issue for most people. And it's like, but you're dealing with like 1,000 planets. Do you really want to walk around a just unbelievably barren planet like most of the time? I'd rather have, um, not catered, that's not the right word. I'd rather have a experience that is, man, I am blanking on the word here. Hold on. Give me 1 second here. Curated. It's a curation. I'd much rather have a curated experience on these planets than just having open desert for 95% of the planet. In those planets that you can explore, they're pretty big. There's just nothing there half of the time. And yes, you can stumble on some stuff, but for the most part, like, go into the mission areas, go into the like Neon City and all that stuff. That's where all the game content is anyways. Why do you need to just go run off? Like, why is it this big thing that you need to go off and run into the desert and have it be wrapping around? Yes, the technology should be there. Yes, we should technically be able to do that if we can do it in No Man's Sky, but they're very different experiences, and I think people just really cannot put two and two together. They cannot say No Man's Sky is this type of experience, Starfield is this type of experience, and they are two different experiences. When I played Starfield, not my wife's playthrough, but my own personal playthrough, I had a blast because I basically looked at it like Fallout in space. And that's exactly what it is. And it dawned on me when I heard the Fallout hacking noise in Starfield. I went, they're literally using the same exact sound effects. I know that sound effect because I have it as one of my sound libraries in my game. So it was just one of those things where I went, man, people are being too hard on this game. Should it be better? Yes. Should it have less technical issues? Yes. I think that people expected a much different product, and when it wasn't as different as they expected, then they had backlash. And I don't think that backlash is deserved. For the most part, there are issues that I have with Starfield. There are games or sections of that game where I went, dude, this is kind of dumb, or I should be able to do this and I can't. Yeah, every game's like that. For the most part, not every single time, but for the most part, when we talk and enjoy and criticize video games, it should be for what the game does, not what we think it should do. And I'm talking about not only technical limitations, but creative limitations as well. If us as the audience thought Starfield should be an open world, fully open world, 100% planets are able to be traversed from point A to all the round 360-degree point A again. If Bethesda didn't think that it should, then that's fine. That's their, that's their desire to do that. We should not base our opinions of the video game because it didn't do what we think it should do most of the time. There are always exceptions and caveats and things like that. But with Starfield, the biggest issues that I have with the game are some of the characters I just don't care about. And I thought it was really boring. I really liked the theme of the planets. Like there's the Western planet and stuff like that. And I was just like, dude, I love that. Like that's great. The space travel, not my most enjoyed part of the game. And I really enjoyed the combat. I thought the combat was super, super fun. It was good enough. I wasn't expecting, and I don't need, crazy Call of Duty style combat or Battlefield style combat. Whatever the combat is for Starfield, it was fun for me. And I think the only real issue is, I'm even struggling trying to find an issue with Starfield that is like new or interesting, because it's just like, yeah, I experienced a few bugs, but nothing game breaking. And I played on PC on Game Pass on launch day. And the worst bug that I had was when Sarah, like the main character that I kind of don't like her, her eyelids were closed as she talked. So I actually recorded the bug where she's talking to me for like 3 minutes and her eyelids are just straight up closed. Just the entire time, talking to me, and her eyelids are just closed the entire time. And it's like, she's not just like not wanting to look at me, it's a bug in the game. That's the extent of my bug. I did see someone play where she died and her disembodied voice was playing in a cutscene after her body was busted by a grenade, and then they reloaded and then she T-posed. Like, yeah, but dude, come on. Are we really gonna fault Starfield specifically and call that out when that happens in a lot of modern games? Like I said, with Star Wars Jedi Survivor, like, dude, that game has massive technical issues. It's not uncommon right now in modern video games. You can blame the pandemic all you want. I don't believe that's the issue, especially now. We're in basically 2024. That's not the issue. The real issue is bad coders. These coders that are hired because of diversity and stuff like that, and they're just not good at their job. Why can't someone just not be good at their job, right? It's this whole thing now where everyone has to make an excuse for every single thing under the sun. Something can just not be very good sometimes. And we don't need to make a big deal about it or anything. And there's times when we should and when we shouldn't. But oh man, it is unbelievable the amount of times where it's just like, we can just say a game's not good and have it be that. We don't have to go on this long diatribe of it. And on the opposite end, a game can just be fine. It doesn't have to be standout or spectacular. I think Starfield is a good game. Do I think it's a phenomenal, great game? No, I personally don't. But my wife sure does. I'm pretty sure. Last time she was talking to me about it earlier today, it sounded like, oh boy, she really likes this game. And I'm not gonna say she's wrong. It's it's really interesting when people put such a stinking emphasis on having a game be perfect. Dude, no game's perfect. Come on. Let's be realistic here. There are issues with Starfield, and there are really, really good things about it. Everything, for the most part, everything that I played with Starfield was fun. It was really fun. It was really enjoyable. Those 30 hours that I spent with that game were unbelievably fun. So it's not in my top 5, but it is in my top 10 of this year, and I had a really, really good time with it. So that's Starfield. All right. Ugh. Halfway through the list. Top 5. Let's do it. Okay, top 5. Number 5 is Atomic Heart. And Atomic Heart is basically Russian BioShock. I don't have too much to say about this because the narrative experience of the game is something I think you should just play for yourself. I stopped playing this game about 4/5 of the way through. Roughly about 4/5, maybe 3/4. But I was pretty much done with the game. I was nearing the end when I decided to put this down. And again, it was that I just didn't want to play video games for a while. I wasn't really into the idea of playing video games. But Atomic Heart, you play as this character who is like, you have semi-amnesia from the war or something, and your boss, which is like basically the Russian version of Andrew Ryan, who wants to create this unique utopia in Russia, the USSR, I believe. It's so interesting because it takes so many, like, almost copy and paste from BioShock. Like, you are in a floating city just like Columbia. And these robots are basically big daddies and stuff like that. And it's just like, dude, this is like in the Vita chambers and stuff like that. It's just like, man, this really feels like a ripoff in certain ways to BioShock, but in other ways it's not. I love the art direction of this game. I think it's I don't want to say utilitarian, but that might be the word for it. Who knows? But the art style, the aesthetic of it, just everything about the way the levels, the world is created just feels really sterile in certain ways. Like that Russian, like propaganda posters and stuff. Like, dude, it's just is dripping with style. I really dig the style in this game. The combat is fairly fun. I had some issues with the guns and the upgrades. I think the guns and upgrades were pretty interesting, but not amazing. And then some of the, especially the enemies, I think the enemies were probably my most hated part of the game. At the beginning, they really go deep into the robots are attacking, the robots are turning. And then, halfway through the game, you start just fighting monsters like moss monsters and these tendril monsters and stuff. And I was just like, dude, I'm like, I don't want these zombie monsters. Like, come on, let's get back to the robots. The robots are the creepy things. And I feel like once it moved into the monster section, I just was like, dude, I kind of don't like this as much. The monsters make sense in the story, but they were not perfect. I think they could have been done better. And the story itself is just kind of weird. I don't know if it's a language barrier issue or not, but I didn't understand half of it. I think one of the coolest things about the game is the design of the robots and the twins. There's like these ballerina Soviet Union twins bodyguards, and they are like 8 feet tall. they are ballerinas, so they like stand on their tippy toes, and they have like this weird perfect movement because they're robots, and it's just like, dude, this is really cool. So like when you get to the scenes with those characters and like you're really trying to figure out what's going on, I think the story was actually really well done. There are parts where you go into this dream world and it's not ever really explained why. And the dream world itself is just so weird. Like it's part collectathon, part platformer, part just kind of get from point A to point B. It's just so weird, but I loved it. It was a game that's designed for my desire for story in games, and in the theming. That's really like my main focus with this game, is like the theming, the BioShock in Russia, the Russian propaganda from the 1950s. Just, oh my gosh, everything about it is just phenomenal. All right. Well, there's a few other games that I want to talk about. Let's talk about my number 4, which is RoboCop. I finished this RoboCop Rogue City up a few weeks ago, I believe, maybe last month. I can't remember if it was late November, early December. But man, what a wonderful game. So I believe it's Treon, which is the developers. They did most recently the Terminator Resistance game, which got really good reviews. And I played, I think, maybe 3 or 4 hours of it, and I really enjoyed what I played. I never finished it. But they also made the Rambo game, the on-rail shooter that was just trash, just complete bad trash of a game. So their track record was like 50-50. But when they showed off RoboCop, I went, ooh, they kind of nailed the design of RoboCop and the feel of RoboCop. I'm going to keep my eye on this. And then in September, I believe it was, they came out with or maybe August, they came out with a demo. And I downloaded the demo, which I normally never do, but I was like, dude, I kind of want to play this. It kind of looks cool. The demo was like 2.5 hours long. And like 2.5. I think if you explore it a little bit more, you could get out of it 2.5 out of it. But I finished the demo at 2 hours. And I went, dude, this game is going to be great. This is a really fun game. There was some stuttering, issues. So some technical issues, but those got fixed by the time the game came out. The game is a budget game, and it feels like it in certain aspects, but in other aspects, it's like, dude, this game is actually really, really stinking good. Like, this is really good. The shooting just feels so tight. And I know I sound like an early 2000s teenager when I say tight, but it is so satisfying to use that Auto 9 gun and have RoboCop just obliterate someone's face or limbs, for that matter. There is limb detachment in this game when you shoot the Auto 9, and it is so stinking fun. It takes place in between RoboCop 2 and 3, so 3 doesn't exist. RoboCop 2 and 1 exist, and they do a really good job of not pandering to the audience with really, tongue-in-cheek, wink and nod type of, stuff. There is some of that in there, but not a lot. They really play it straight-faced, and I think that's what the original film did so well, is it's a satire. It is not a parody, and everything is serious. It's over the top, but it's serious. And that's what this game does. Like, you are fighting robots, you are fighting drugged out, burnouts. You are helping, random citizens every once in a while. You can dole out your own punishment as you choose fit. And it's got this really incredible sense of uh, love and care into this package. This game was designed by people who love RoboCop. They got Alex Murphy himself to voice RoboCop again. They got I can't remember her name, but they got Anne Lewis, the character for Anne Lewis, back, and a couple other like characters from the movie they got back. The sergeant, I believe, is from the original, and Peter Weller does such a good RoboCop because he is RoboCop. And even all these years later, he still sounds exactly like he did in 1985 or early 80s. Dude, it's a perfect licensed game, basically. I don't know anyone who should not play this game if you love RoboCop. If you love RoboCop, you need to play it because not only is it a licensed RoboCop game that we finally got a good one, because like the only RoboCop game that's good is RoboCop versus Terminator on the Genesis. That's pretty much it. But with this game, it's a first-person shooter. You play as RoboCop, and I think my favorite aspect of it is you get to see the humanity of, and you get to actually make the Alex Murphy be more human. Because after every level, you basically get a session with a therapist, and you can answer her questions more like a robot and be like, no, I am the law, and I am not human, I am more machine than man. Or you can say, no, I am Alex Murphy and I'm trying to work through this, and I was killed but brought back to life, and now I'm part machine but part man but all cop. And like, it's just really, really fun to be able to have that character be portrayed in that way. I loved RoboCop as a kid. I loved the cartoon series that should not have been made for that unbelievably violent film. I remember seeing the trailers when I was a kid and wanting to see RoboCop, and my parents would never let me see it when I was that young because it's definitely not a kid movie. But then like I had the action figures. I had the RoboCop that you rolled the little pop caps in the back and you would do it, or it would go through the gun, I think maybe, and you would push it and it would feed the little pop caps through the gun and it would shoot and stuff. I had RoboCop action figures and video games and TV show stuff. But man, finally having a really good video game of RoboCop is just, there's a reason why it's number 4 on my list. All right, so let's finish up with the top 3. Number 3 with a bullet point is this name, Like a Dragon Gaiden, the man who erased his name. Also known as the Yakuza series. This is actually the true Yakuza 7. Before I started recording the podcast, I talked about the Yakuza series a little bit and the Like a Dragon series, which is now the new official name of the Yakuza series going forward. Yakuza 0, Yakuza 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 are all named Yakuza. And it has the story of Kiryu Kazuma. And, him basically being a Yakuza and finding a girl, after a massacre and basically taking her on as an adopted daughter, and then building an orphanage and really caring for orphan kids, and then kind of just going through his life, like having people just come after him because he used to be Yakuza. And like that's those 7 games. So Yakuza 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. After Yakuza 6, the way it ends, and I'm going to spoil Yakuza for anyone who is watching, but I think everyone who is watching is going to know the story. At the end of Yakuza 6, Kiryu comes out on top alive, but really, really messed up. And the people behind the whole Yakuza 6 story basically are saying, this is the in-game world, sorry. They basically say, hey, Kiryu, people are gonna keep coming after you, and you really messed up by kind of, exposing our big secret. He goes, okay, I'll make you a deal. If I basically go away, I pretend to die, you fake my death, Kiryu Kazuma doesn't exist anymore, and I will just live in a monastery for the rest of my life. You have to make sure no one comes after me, and no one goes after my adopted daughter and orphanage. And I go, all right, cool, done. And that's the end of Yakuza 6. Kiryu fakes his death. His adopted daughter and all the kids at the orphanage thinks he's died, and everyone thinks Kiryu is dead, but a couple people don't believe it. Kiryu goes off and is never heard from again. So we thought. Then, after Yakuza 6 ended, they said, all right, Yakuza 7 is actually going to be called Yakuza Like a Dragon, because that's what the studio name, and Yakuza basically is the studio name is called Like a Dragon or whatever. It's weird. It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. It's really stupid. Basically, they changed the name of the game. Now, Ichiban is the new main character of the game. Kiryu, old news. He had seven video games. He's kind of done. He's faked his own death. He's living off in a forest, right? Ichiban comes along and his story starts in Yakuza Like a Dragon that came out in 2020. Then we got notification that the entire series is now just going to be called Like a Dragon. And the Yakuza name doesn't exist anymore for the media. It's just called Like a Dragon. They're going to have a bunch of subtitles instead of numbers. So Yakuza 7 is called Like a Dragon, and it doesn't have anything to do with Kiryu. Okay, fair enough. No big deal. No harm, no foul. Then this year, they started using the Like a Dragon series instead of Yakuza. They released a remake of a Japanese-only version of Yakuza, and that was called Like a Dragon Inshin, and it's basically like this weird side story that basically uses the same characters and the voice actors and all this, but transported to a feudal Japan type of storyline. And it's really weird, but I was kind of interested in it because I've never heard of it before. It's more Yakuza gameplay. I'm down for it. Then out of nowhere, because I didn't really pay attention to like all the new stuff that was going down with the series, because I didn't finish Yakuza 5 or 6, and I didn't play Like a Dragon or Yakuza 7 when it came out in 2020. I didn't play that until the end of this year. In September, I started playing Yakuza 5 and finishing it up and really loving it. Played Yakuza 6 all the way through. Really loved it. Finally got to Like a Dragon or Yakuza 7 and started getting into it. I'm about 20-something hours into it, I think, and really enjoying it, but the combat, not my favorite. Then I then I saw on Game Pass Like a Dragon Gaiden. And everyone loves to say this now, so this is probably going to be the last time I say this. Because this is like Super Mario 2 used to be Doki Doki Panic type of thing. Gaiden means side story. So, Like a Dragon, side story. The Man Who Erased His Name. And that's the title of this game. Like a Dragon Gaiden, The Man Who Erased His Name. When this came out on Game Pass, the night that it came out, I looked it up and went, what is this? I thought the Yakuza game, the sequel to Ichiban's, 2020 game, is coming out in a few months. What is this? And I realized, This is the real Yakuza 7. This is Kiryu's next story, or next section of his story. I devoured this game. I played through this game pretty much nonstop every night after work, and I dumped 20 something, 15, 20 hours into it. I can't remember. And oh my gosh, it's so stinking good. It is not as good as maybe, Yakuza 0 or Kiwami 1 or 2 in the terms of just craziness or crazy stories and stuff like that, but I think it is still up there. I really enjoyed everything about it. I think every Yakuza game is probably maybe top 10 material anytime it comes out. Like, oh yeah, for sure. Sorry, I'm talking about top 10 of all time. The Yakuza series in general should be up there with the pantheon of great franchises. You got like the Fallout franchise, even the older ones. A lot of people, Diablo, the Mario and Sonic's of the world. That's how good these games are. So I really want to finish talking about this game because of the last moments of this game, which the final cutscene is like 20 minutes long. But basically, what happens is, like I said, Kiryu basically fakes his own death, and his adopted daughter, who he's brought up through her entire life and she relies on, she loves, thinks he's dead. Every one of his friends is told Kiryu died. He's dead. He's not coming back. He's dead. He seems invincible, but he wasn't. And at the end of the game, Kiryu is back at the monastery monk area that he's just hanging out in, living his crappy little life that he hates, but he gave up his life for his family, basically. So he's sitting there, and after all that he's done and all the people that he's saved and everything like that, Kiryu basically gets handed this tablet with a video on it. And the guy says, "You've helped us out throughout this entire, game so much that we're going to allow you to see this. It's our way of saying thank you." And what it is a video, like a hidden camera at his gravesite. All of his kids that he's adopted / taking care of at the orphanage, who've started growing up without him now, are at the gravesite visiting his gravesite. The adopted daughter, which I'm going to butcher these names, but Haruka, his adopted daughter Haruka has now had a kid of her own, which is part of the whole story of Yakuza 6. That baby is now walking age and stuff like that, a few years older. They're all at the gravesite saying, "Hey, your uncle Kiryu, was a really great man, blah, blah, blah." As everyone's leaving, a couple of the orphan kids that, call Kiryu Uncle Kaz or Uncle Kiryu, basically notice this hidden camera pointing at the gravesite of Kiryu. And they go, "Wait, what's that?" And so they kind of poke and prod at the camera, and they go, why is it looking at Uncle Kaz's graves? Like, of course he's probably not dead. They're probably keeping an eye on it, seeing if anyone's coming around. And so they kind of put two and two together, and it's really interesting. And so they basically kind of, say, "Yeah, we pretty much figured Kiryu's not dead. There's no way. He was so, he was so invincible, and he loved us so much that there's no way he died in that thing and they couldn't find his body," or whatever it is. And so they start giving him an update saying, "Kiryu's probably watching this. Uncle Kaz is probably watching this. So let's give him an update on how well we're doing, so that he knows we're okay." And so they start just kind of going through the whole thing of like, "Hey, I'm, in the 5th grade, or, she's off in college, and blah, blah, blah." And you're getting this update of all these, orphan kids that looked up to this man who sacrificed his life for them over the past, hundreds of hours of gameplay, and over the course of about a decade or so, maybe even more than that. And he's sitting there watching the fruit of his labor come to fruition, basically. He's watching the kids that he sacrificed his life for grow up and tell him and still believe that he's really alive. And he's just starting to sob uncontrolled, like literally weep. Like, this is weeping. This is ugly crying at its finest. And man, it's the catharsis of seeing him finally have something good happen to him, even if it's just watching a video of these kids he cared for, giving him an update and believing he's not truly dead. And it's just like, dude, everything over hundreds of hours of story and gameplay has built up to this moment. And there is not a better moment in all the years that I played video games that I can look at and go, that is a perfect moment in video games. It is, again, the culmination of so many hours. You look at any movie that you have to like care about a character for 2 hours, and you end up crying at the end because something good happened or whatever. Like, I'll never take away moments like that from movies or TV shows or stuff. Like, my wife and I love Frasier, and when we finally saw, when Frasier's brother and Daphne, when all that stuff happened. Sorry, I don't mean to spoil anything if you haven't seen it or whatever, but when we finally see these characters that we've grown to care about over 8 seasons of, whatever, of TV, half hour, 20, like, do the math, that's a good chunk of time. When you get something good like that happening, you care for these characters, you develop feelings for these characters, and Yakuza takes that and again, it multiplies it by an exponential amount, because it's like, dude, you are playing as this character, not just watching the character, you're playing as him. So already right off the bat, between movies and TV, you have a leg up on interaction with the actual character yourself. And then it's not hours with the character. It's not even dozens of hours. It's hundreds of hours with this character. And it is so good to feel that, release of something finally freaking good happened to this character, where he is so overjoyed. Snot is literally running down his face and onto the tablet, because he is so happy that they're alive and they're okay. And it's just like, dude, nothing in video games that I've ever played compares to this at all. It is so good. And to think that this is a side story game makes it all the much better. And it's really nice because you don't get these updates with some of these characters. Like, there's a character, Majima, who's kind of like the frenemy. I hate that phrase, but like, that's kind of the term for him with Kiryu, where he's kind of like he's a weird character, but he's like the mascot almost sometimes with the Yakuza franchise. And when Kiryu, quote unquote, dies at the end of 6, you don't really get any like, oh yeah, Majima was really sad because his semi-buddy pal, Kiryu, bit the dust. Like, you don't get anything like that. But in Like a Dragon Gaiden, the man who erased his name, Majima finally sees Kiryu, and he goes, I knew you weren't dead. And like, they have some exchanges, and Kiryu really does have to keep up. And for whatever reason, this is why Kiryu is probably one of the greatest characters in video games too. His sense of loyalty and honesty is so incredible. He is so committed to sticking to his word. especially to a fault in a lot of circumstances in the game. He's so committed to it that even though he's faced with this guy who's tried to kill him over decades and has this relationship, built up a relationship, and he's hiding behind a pair of glasses, and then he takes off the glasses and then he rips off his shirt, and everyone sees that it's Kiryu because he has the Yakuza, dragon tattoo. Like no one else in the world is going to have that tattoo. Um, he still sticks to his guns of saying, I'm going to honor the wording that I gave, or my word that I gave, that says, I am not Kiryu Kazuma. I am, I think is Joru, Kiryu Joru, um, whatever his last name is in the game. But he basically just even goes, even though Majima confronts him and says, I knew you weren't dead. Oh, come here, you big glug, type of thing. He still goes, I don't know who you're talking about. I am Joru. I am not this Kiryu that you speak of. Like, it's just one of those things that's like, man, this character is so well written. It is like an aspiration to see this character in action. Like, man, I wish I was like Kiryu in pretty much every aspect of my life. So, man, oh, it is so good. It's such a wonderful, wonderful game. So that's my number 3, and I really wanted. I've been waiting to talk about that ending for a while, especially on the podcast. So I'm glad I got to finally do it. And if I ruined Frasier, I apologize, Dad, if you're listening. Okay, let's talk about number 2. Number 2 is Alan Wake 2. Alan Wake 2 was a game that I was looking forward to for years. I think, 13 years? And the game that we got, while I have a few issues with it, especially with the genders or the race swapping character, to appease ESG money and stuff like that, I do have an issue with. We should have gotten this game a couple years ago, but it came out. I love Remedy. I think all of their games are fantastic. I think Control really cemented Remedy in a lot of people's minds. I think the game before that came out, Quantum Break, was one of those games that a lot of people, even myself included, did not really connect with. I think they went too hardcore into the TV stuff, the media stuff that was so hyped up when Xbox One was announced and then immediately dropped. Like, just the literally 30-minute cutscene with real life people that had nothing to do with the actual game and story really, really ruined Quantum Break. But the gameplay itself was pretty good, pretty solid. When Control came out, I think that's when everyone jumped on the Remedy bandwagon and went, all right, cool. Remedy makes some pretty good games. If the next game is going to be anything like Control, we're down for it. And then they said, the games that we're making are all going to take place in the Remedyverse, or whatever they're going to call it. But it's basically a connected universe. And yes, it is a trope at this point. Yes, a lot of people are tired with it. But I think the Remedyverse is actually a one of the few times that is actually worth it. So Alan Wake is a story about a writer who gets sucked into this other dimension, which is called the Dark Place. You can kind of think about it like the Upside Down from Stranger Things. He goes missing for 13 years. Everyone presumes he's dead. And Alan Wake 2 starts with these grisly murders in the same town that Alan Wake went disappearing in, and a few other people disappear, and then now murders are happening. So these 2 FBI agents go to this town, and they come across Alan Wake, who just randomly shows up after, a good chunk of time in the game. Alan Wake shows up, and it is the 2 FBI agents. It's their responsibility to figure out what's going on. And Alan Wake is such a story-based game. It's really hard to talk about, and I don't have much to say on the game itself. The story, I just think it's something that you don't see much in video games anymore, is the real craft of telling a story. I do think that Alan Wake 2 had some crazy, crazy twists that did not need to happen. But when it did happen, those twists made for a much more enjoyable experience. And oh man, everything about that game is phenomenal. Everyone's going to talk about the musical number in the middle of the game, using FMV cutscenes and using it as like this play that happens in Alan Wake, in the dark place, is just, dude, the twisting and the storytelling is just, it's too hard to explain on a podcast when I barely kind of understand some of the bigger things about it. But basically, it's just a continuation of a game that I've been looking forward to for 13 years that finally came out. And every aspect of the game, even though it might be complicated in some aspects, delivered on that hope and promise of, or anticipation of, 13 years. Why is this game not out yet? What happened to Alan Wake? Why aren't we getting Alan Wake? And we finally got it. And it's like, dude, this is phenomenal. That's all I'll say about Alan Wake. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a quick pause here to use the restroom, because I do want to talk about my number one, but I want to talk about it without squirming in my seat. So hold tight if you're watching. I will be right back, and give me about 3 minutes. Get up, go grab a glass of water or some wine, some champagne. We're at 9:30 on the dot on New Year's Eve, but we will finish up in just a few minutes. Just give me about 2-3 minutes. And we're back. All right. So, just to kind of finish up my thoughts, I had to use the restroom so bad that I did not get to kind of finalize my thoughts on Alan Wake 2. With that game, it is something totally different than the first game that I did not know how I felt about it while I was playing it. Like, I started it and went, oh, this is very different than I thought it was going to be. With the original Alan Wake, it takes place in this like little mountainish foresty town, and it has a very, very big emphasis on trying to kind of take from and uh, utilize a lot of the same aspects as a TV show called Twin Peaks. And when Alan Wake came out in 2010, I was living in a town in Southern California called Twin Peaks. I started watching that show and went, oh, this is super weird. It's made by David Lynch, and it was one of those touchstone type of shows that captured like pretty much the nation's, interest. But I don't believe a lot of people got. I think one of my favorite things about Twin Peaks is the Simpsons reference when they reference Twin Peaks and they go, I have no idea what the show is about. And it's like this horse dancing with like a tablecloth or something, or a broom or a mop under a moonlit sky. Like, that's the type of show that it is. And it's almost like, remember in Lost when they have a polar bear attack them on an island? And they're like, what happened with why is a polar bear here? That's kind of how Twin Peaks is. And so it just, it's a weird show. And the original Alan Wake took a lot of that type of stuff, especially the diner and the FBI agents, blah, blah, blah. And ooh, there's a lot of stuff. When Alan Wake 2 came out, and I'll put some gameplay back up here on the screen, I did not think it was going to be as different as it was from Alan Wake 1. I thought we were going to get a very Alan Wake 1 type of gameplay to it. But this is straight up like horror survival, and in certain areas. The exploration is actually way, way, way better. Like, everything's way, way, way better than Alan Wake 1. And this is a game that I deemed a midnight game. I think this needs to be a, kind of a back of the box bullet point thing with some games. If you played Alan Wake 2 in the middle of a Sunday afternoon with all the windows open and the sun shining, you would not get the same experience as playing it in pitch black darkness by yourself alone at midnight. And so I had to stop myself from playing through the game before midnight. I deemed it a midnight game. It has to be played at midnight or later, or basically in pitch black alone darkness, because that's the atmosphere that you want to, play it in. It's like trying to watch a scary movie in the daytime. It just doesn't work very well. You lose a lot of that atmosphere. And again, these video games are art to a great extent. I mean, they are art, but you have artistic expression and they need to be played in a certain way, in a certain light. And that's where I really do think that you can play a game wrong. A lot of people say you can't. I believe you absolutely can. You can play a game wrong, you can play it in a bad setting, and you will lose a lot of the intention behind what the game is going for if you do not play it the way it's intended to be played. Some games, are more exploration and based and stuff like that, or like Minecraft, where you can kind of do what you want, when you want, and how you want, and stuff like that. Like those types of games, yeah, you can kind of do what you want. But if you're playing a game like Alan Wake 2, or Red Dead Redemption 2, and I saw this a lot when that game came out, people tried to go off the beaten path in a way that the game didn't want them to. The game wants you to experience it this way. It's locking you off from doing this thing because that's not the intention. And if you try and play it wrong, you're going to have a bad time. And that's where I saw a lot of people kind of go, Red Dead Redemption 2, blah, I don't care about that. And it's like, dude, you're playing it wrong. period. So I do believe you can play games wrong, and that's why I said to myself, I'm going to play Alan Wake 2 at midnight or later, by myself, alone, with all the lights off, and I had a phenomenal time with it. I think the story itself is just, again, it's convoluted in a certain way. I didn't understand everything in it. I can piece most of it together, and I understand most of it. And the back and forth between Saga Anderson, the FBI agent, and Alan Wake play is a little bit not what I would want, but that's what they did, and I enjoyed it for what it was. It is not something that has to cater to my, you know, my style. I have to cater to its style. And if it wants me to meander a little bit in certain areas and then run fast through certain areas, I'm going to do that. I try to explore as much as possible. There's a section where you go to oh man, what is it? You go to like this theme park called Coffee World, and um, all the attractions are like coffee themed. So it's like the percolator, and it's like that weird like little scrambled eggs machine where it's like twisting around. Or you have like the Ferris wheel, and I can't remember what the Ferris wheel is called. I think I only remember the percolator, but it's a theme park based on coffee by these two Finnish brothers, and oh my gosh, just the way that they implement not only FMV or full, man, why can't I think of this? Full motion video into the game, but even with the little cutscenes and the commercials that are playing on the TV in the game, and they have real life actors, doing these like really crappy commercials because they're Finnish. Um, it's a joy to experience. Like top to bottom, Alan Wake 2 is just a near perfect game. I think there are a couple issues. I think again the way that Alan Wake 2 is not a secondary character, but he is a secondary playable character in his own game, threw a lot of people off. And I don't blame them. I did not expect to play as a FBI agent for half of the game, roughly. And I wish I played as Alan Wake through the entire thing, but for what Alan Wake 2 is, and the way that they really kind of culminated and started pushing the Remedyverse together, it's just like, dude, yes, this has been done before. We saw it in the Marvel Cinematic Universe and stuff like that, but this makes sense, especially with Control and the way the story of Control, where they're basically a paranormal, FBI agency, and they try to control, all these paranormal activities and figure out what's going on and subdue them and all this stuff. It fits right in with Alan Wake and that whole story. The combat was really, really greatly improved from the first game, from what I remember. Because again, I played Alan Wake 1 in 2010. It's been a while since I played it, but it felt familiar, but it also felt new and better optimized for modern gaming. So the flashlights, all the weird stuff, not too bad, not too difficult. It's just an unbelievably good game. Oh man, Alan Wake 2. All right. So let's kind of run down the top 10 before we get to number 1. Number 10 was Hi-Fi Rush. Hi-Fi Rush being that, just beautiful, artistic cartoon of a video game that felt like a Dreamcast game. Star Wars Jedi Survivor, which is the sequel to Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, was number 9. And although technically it's in a bad place still, it's not great, it's still a fun Star Wars game. I had a real fun time with it. I wish I played more of it because I got stopped in the middle of playing one night, and I kind of just never picked it back up. Then we got number 8, which is, excuse me, number 8, which is Assassin's Creed Nexus VR. The VR Assassin's Creed game, which, man, more people need to play in VR. It's one of the few technologies that I think is life-changing. And I'm not being hyperbolistic there when I say that. It is life-changing in the way that I view video games from now on. I always immediately think how much better this game could be in VR if implemented right. Not every game is going to be like that. Not every game needs VR, should have VR, you know. I would never want to play Mario Brothers 1 or 2 or 3 in VR because it's not the same type of, experience. But certain games, especially with Assassin's Creed, where you are inhabiting a character in a world, especially like I love history. History is like one of my favorite things. I love history, and be able to transport myself into that world and look around and feel like, wow, I'm in ancient Egypt. Wow, I'm in ancient Greece. Wow, I'm in the colonial period. Like, just even though the models are not perfect, and I'm going to stream this game probably later this week, just to kind of emphasize this a little bit more. Dude, it's unlike anything else, and I think Assassin's Creed really, really, really nailed it. The combat's not great, especially for what we got with more smaller titles. Indie titles have much, much better combat. You can play Blade and Sorcery, which is still in early access after all these years, or Boneworks or anything like that. You got much better combat there, but you will not get the degree of fidelity and just world building that you have in Assassin's Creed. All right, number 7, System Shock, the remake. Super creepy, super eerie, not my style of game normally, but I always wanted to play through the System Shock games. And I don't know if we're going to get a System Shock 2 remake. This first one was in development hell for quite a while, from what I remember. I really hope we get a System Shock 2 because I would love to replay it with, this style of graphics. Then we had Starfield at number 6, which, again, I think Starfield is so misunderstood. And I just, again, want to talk about this because I have not finished Starfield, and it's because I was trying to get through all these other games. My wife, I love her. She's been bugging me to continue playing this game for the last, several months here since it came out and since I stopped playing it. And she's like, you should play Starfield. You should play Starfield. And I pick it up every once in a while and play through maybe a half hour, 45 minutes or so, maybe an hour late at night if I'm not working on a video or something. But I think Starfield is just misunderstood. I think people really, really, really wanted something different out of Bethesda, and Bethesda didn't make something different. They just made something a little bit different, and people just wanted something so drastically different that they kind of turned their nose up to it. And I've that's all I've seen. Even right now on Steam, I think it's like at a negative review, and it's just like, why? The game itself is good. I can guarantee it because I played it and I know what's good and what's bad in video games. And I can guarantee you I played probably Dave the Diver is a billion times worse than Starfield, in my opinion. Not a billion, but it is a worse game in every aspect than Starfield. Pizza Tower, again, same thing. Just a much worse game in every aspect. I think Starfield needs to be recognized that it's not what you thought it was going to be, and that's okay. It is so big that it couldn't meet the demand. And I do agree that I would have liked something a little bit more different than Fallout 4 in space, but I'm okay with Fallout 4 in space. I love Fallout 4. I think here's the one thing that I hope for. a VR mod for Starfield. I think it will be a top. It would be my top one. I guarantee you, if Starfield was in VR, it would be top two, top three. Okay, let's be realistic, just for the fact that number one is definitely up there. But Starfield is something special, and I think one of my favorite things about Starfield isn't that I played it. I got to see someone else play it and experience it and love it for what it is, and that's one of my favorite things, man. I love talking about video games, but I love hearing about video games. I've been talking for 3.5 hours here, and is just me talking. Is just my opinions. I want to hear other people's opinions. I love when my wife comes in and tells me about, oh, I played through this, and like I'll sit there and watch her and play for a little bit, and I'll see a different storyline play out a different way, or a storyline that I saw, or I'll tell her about something. I played oh man, I was in Neon City, and there's this whole like thing that you do in Neon City in a club. And I was exploring the club, and I met the DJ of the club. And the DJ's like, oh, someone stole my playlist. And so you have to go and find the playlist for the DJ, and you find the person who took it. And depending on your conversation with him, the storyline can play out a couple different ways. And I was basically trying to get the playlist back for the DJ, and the person who stole the playlist said, the DJ says the music is ours. And so I don't see anything wrong with taking the playlist, because technically it's my music, because the DJ said it's my music, not hers. And it's like, dude, I can't kind of fault you for that. Like, technically you're right, but at the same time, you're stealing her songs that she made that, she has not put out into the world yet. Like, if the music was a gift, you are not given the gift yet. You're taking the gift before it's ready. And so, like, talking to the character and trying to convince them, look, you're in the wrong. You stole music, not sounds weird for me saying you stole music. Bad, shame on you. But you stole the music. You didn't. It's not yours to begin with. It's yours once it's given to you, type of thing. Like, dude, just even that little tiny thing, or I mean, again, I didn't finish the game, but I have probably about 10 different, side stories and quests that stick in my mind, that come out right away as I think about Starfield, and it brings a smile to my face. And that's the magic of Bethesda games, is that you can come across a storyline that no one else has come across, or, the people that you talk to. If it's not a main story quest, or even if it is, because those games can be played so many different ways. Just quickly, because again, I think if I didn't have other games here on this list that I just thought were more condensed and I did finish, Starfield would be higher up on my list, because every time I think about it, I just get a smile on my face. There was a planet that I landed on. I think it's like one of your crew members says, hey, can you go to my house and pick up something? And it's like super far away in the universe. And so you go and pick up like this thing. But then I started like kind of exploring his house a little bit, and like finding some like locked doors that I picked and stuff like that. And the person who was with me is like, you shouldn't be snooping around, and, I might tell if you don't knock it off. And then so I walk outside, and I see the spaceship flying down and landing kind of in a field near where I was. And so I went and saw it, and all these guards came out and were patrolling the area. So I shot them all, took all their money and equipment and ammo. And then I saw there was this base off, again, a little bit further in the distance. I went to that base, and it was filled with crazy high level characters. So I methodically, for probably about 2 hours, cleared out that base. And at the end, at the tip top, I found this weapon that basically one-shots characters, because it's a high level, gear that I shouldn't have had at that moment in my gameplay. Like, I should have come across it, hours and hours and hours later. And it's just like, dude, Now this is my weapon for the rest of the game. Like, I'm not switching this out for nothing. And just being able to like really destroy like really high level characters with that gun that I should not have had is such a cool, unique experience that I've never heard anyone talk about that at all. I don't think anyone's even come across that I've heard talk about Starfield. Or there's, one of the missions is basically like you come across this uh, planet that is like the layer of, I can't remember the character's name, but it's like a the Mantis. That's what it is. It's the Mantis. And it's like a Batman type character. Like it's like this do-gooder, but technically it's not. Like it's super weird. But you basically go to their lair and you find out they died, and so you finally you get to kind of take over the mantle of the Mantis. And dude, it's just so good. The armor looks really cool. Like my armor, and I think this. I was thinking about this last night. Is there is a big void left by Mass Effect. And I think Starfield fills part of that void, especially with the design, the artistic style and design of that game, where it's very, very deliberate in the NASA, space shuttle type of design to it, and like the colors and the art style and all that. I dig it, man. It is so cool. So I think Starfield is really stinking unique and really special. And now that Game of the Year is basically done, and we've got one more to go after I recap the last couple, I'm going to get back to it because I'm really finally excited to go through Unity, kind of see what happens. I know what happens with Unity, but I'm excited to see what my version of going through the Unity is like. All right, so that's Starfield. Atomic Heart, I think, places just slightly above Starfield because it's more story focused, and I am a big proponent of stories in games. There are people that don't like stories in games at all, and I don't get it. There are people who just focus on the gameplay, or there are people that just focus on the story. I like a good balance. I think Starfield has story, but you have to go find it. Atomic Heart gives you the story at the forefront. The combat and the gameplay and all that is fine, but I really, really thought the story was unique. Even though the weird characters, the crispy critters lines, all that stuff was so weird, but it was a good weird. It was a my kind of weird. That's what I loved about Atomic Heart, because with Atomic Heart, it really reminded me of BioShock, and BioShock is one of my favorite franchises. I love BioShock, and I cannot wait for either another one or whatever the heck, what is it, Ghost Games or Ghost Story Games is making, which I believe the game they're calling is Judas. Not digging that name, that's for sure, but I am so excited because, again, I really find Ken Levine a fascinating figure in games. He is on a similar level as Tim Schafer to me, partially because I met him at E3 and I really, really enjoyed talking with him for just a few minutes. But the games that he makes, like System Shock and System Shock 2, BioShock, BioShock Infinite, I know he didn't make BioShock 2, and that's kind of one of the weird outliers, but I think BioShock 2 is a fantastic game too. I really think we need more of that type of game in modern games. We don't have that type of game much anymore, and that's why I really latched onto Atomic Heart. I was like, dude, this is basically BioShock. This is a new style of BioShock, and I'm down for it. All right. Number 4, RoboCop. I love RoboCop, and I think RoboCop is another franchise from my childhood that could have gone a very drastic different way, like with the pedigree of how bad the Rambo video game was and how good the Terminator game was by this company. This could have been either or, and I think making this game be about Alex Murphy plus RoboCop. Like really, like the whole RPG. It's not RPG. There's some RPG aspects, but that's pretty much every game at this point. The dialogue options in this game, I think, really set it apart. Like as soon as I saw dialogue options, I went, "What? What are they doing? Okay, all right, cool. Yeah, I'm down for it." So, man, RoboCop 4 or RoboCop Rogue City, number 4. Number 3, again, I try not to butcher this name. Like a Dragon Gaiden, the man who erased his name. It's a Yakuza game. I'm going to love it, period. Like, that's just the way it is at this point for me. But that ending sequence, like, even just thinking about it now, like, actually kind of turns my heart a little bit. It makes me start welling up with emotions because it is so well done. I cannot believe they pulled it off. And if you're sitting there going, well, the ending is great, but what about all the gameplay? It's Yakuza and it's fun. I loved it. I got weirdly into the pocket circuit racing, which is basically like RC cars, kind of like these stock cars for uh, these little tiny race cars. I'm like, man, dude, it's so good. It's so good. I spent like 5 hours just doing pocket circuit racing and not even doing any of the battles. Like people are getting murdered and abducted and stuff. I'm sitting there racing my little car. So fun. All right. And then Alan Wake 2, which is basically a sequel, but not a sequel at the same time. It is so drastically different than what we would think an Alan Wake 2 would be. And with that, we arrive at number 1. Number 1, game of the year of 2023, Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom, or The Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom. I know, again, just like with Starfield, a lot of people just, for whatever reason, just really, really 180'd on this game. Breath of the Wild was probably one of my favorite gaming experiences of all time. And the reason why is because when the Switch launched, it launched with Breath of the Wild, and my wife and I were just newly married. It was the first real game that we kind of sat down and played together, and we had a blast playing through that game. We went through every shrine except for like 3, and it was only because, like 2 or 3 shrines, and it was only because I couldn't find them. I scoured that map for hours trying to find the last couple of shrines, and just like I looked up guides and all this, and it was just like, dude, I cannot find this last shrine. And then we had so much fun playing it. I thought the DLC was really good too. Uh, some people really had an issue and took umbrage with the dungeons and the fact that there weren't really dungeons. And it's so weird. And this is exactly what happened with this game, Tears of the Kingdom, as well, is with Tears of the Kingdom, it is so similar to Breath of the Wild that people could not get past that. And I don't know why, because we've had decades of the same exact Zelda formula. And I saw this on a post probably about 3 weeks ago, and I just nearly threw my phone across the room because I was so baffled at how stupid someone can be. Tears of the Kingdom is just basically, Breath of the Wild DLC. Well, no, it's not. It's an entirely new game. There is 2 vast, massive new sections to that game. The land of Hyrule is is very changed from what it was in Breath of the Wild. And there's a new story, and the mechanics and powers are completely different. It is a different game. Does it use the same map? Sure, partly, but literally 2/3 of the map are different. And if we're talking about 2/3, we're talking about two gigantic land masses that are completely different. The characters mostly are different. There are some returning characters. They are aged up. They are different. Um, just the shrines are completely different. The way you tackle puzzles is completely different. They built this game in such a way that it is completely different in most aspects. Is it a Breath of the Wild style game? Yes. But so was Majora's Mask, Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, Skyward Sword, all the same like Ocarina of Time was. Like they're all the same format. Even the 2D Zeldas, Breath of the or Link to the Past and the 3DS one, I can't remember what that was called. Link to the Past and Link Between Worlds. You have the same exact setting, game after game after game after game after game after game, and then we get a new formula that breaks the mold entirely, is totally separate. People cannot fathom, oh, their dungeons are different, and it just breaks their brains. And then we get a sequel, which took way too long. I will be the first to admit it. I do not see why this game took 7 years to come out. But now that it is out, it is very different from the first game, but similar. And there's nothing wrong with that because we get that in pretty much every video game right now. Every modern game is the exact same. If you play a sports game, you can't complain about Breath of the Wild. If you play Call of Duty, you cannot complain about Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. If you play any of the other Zelda games, you cannot complain about this because it is the second time we're seeing the same map, but bigger and different. Like, it just does not equate. I don't understand it. It makes me mad that people just say this is the same thing because it's not. Come on, be honest. You know what is the same game? Sports games. Those are literally the same exact game. And I'm not joking. Half of the time, especially, you've seen that where they literally release the same game with the same thing. It's just a roster update. And oh man, it's just, it bothers me that people completely change the way that they think about this game just because it's like Breath of the Wild, because it uses the same format. So what? Every Call of Duty is the exact same format. Every multiplayer game is the exact same format. Every indie game. Oh, you like Metroidvanias? Then, well, you can't like them anymore because they are the exact same thing. Same thing with the From Software games. You like Dark Souls? Well, too bad you don't like it anymore. According to your rules, you cannot like that because they are the exact same game. Elden Ring, yeah, was your game of the year last year? Not anymore because it's the same exact format as Dark Souls. Like, again, it's stupid to think that way. You can have the same type of gameplay, but have a different experience with it. It has different story, different characters, different levels and puzzles and interactions, and everything else is different. It's just using a similar format. Come on, be real. Whew. Had that one brewing for a while. Okay. Now that the rant's out of the way, let me talk about why this is my number one game. Like I was saying, with Breath of the Wild, my wife and I latched onto that game so much. I was so excited for it. And when this game came out, it leaked early, a couple weeks early, almost 12 days earlier than what it should have launched at. And it was really funny because I saw a lot of people online, all video game reviewers who get paid to play games early, throw a hissy fit because the general public got the game before them. Like, they didn't even get the game before the general public did. and they threw a hissy fit, and it was hilarious because it's like, dude, oh, the shoe's on the other foot. You play games early every week, and we have to listen to you lord it over, the common folk. And then the one time the common folk finally get it earlier than you throw a hissy fit about it. So that in and of itself was funny. The reason why I'm actually happy the leak happened is because it allowed my wife and I to play this game before kind of weird stuff happened with our schedule, where I had to, like, we played it, and then the day after the game was officially supposed to come out, like the 13th, um, either I or my wife had to. Oh, I went to California for work because I usually fly out, travel across the country to work in California for a week. And I was gonna be super bummed because I knew, like, dude, I'm gonna leave the day after Zelda comes out. I'm like, that's not enough time. I want to spend a bunch of time with this. So I was super bummed. But when the leak happened, it was like, dude, I've got I got 12, 13 days with Zelda. We're going to get some Zelda time in, and we did. So once once I uh, once I left, I was like thinking about Zelda, super excited. I came back, we played it for like a day. The day I came back, and then my wife left for California for like a week, and I was just like, man, oh, we're not going to be able to play this game again. And by the time she came back, the month was basically over at that point, and this was our game of the month for our Discord server, and I was super wanting to talk more about it, but I didn't get a chance to through the half back of the month because we were both gone, and this is a game that we play together. This is one of the games that just my wife loves watching me play, and I like, having her give me ideas and telling me where to go and what to do and all that stuff. I know that sounds weird for a married couple, but I enjoy that. And basically just having her help me kind of figure out puzzles, because she is so much better at puzzles than I am. She'll see the thing right away. That's one of the things I really liked about playing The Witness with her, is like, I would be struggling on a puzzle. She'd walk in the room and she'd go, oh, all you have to do is this, this, and this. And I'd be, what? Like, she was on the phone and she was talking, having like a pretty big conversation. And like, she was watching me play in the background. And she just said, hey, why don't you just do this, this, and this? And I went, okay, thank you. I've been working on that for like 15 minutes now. So she's really, really good at puzzles. And that's part of the Zelda experience, right? Is the puzzles. So I think just the playing together is such a big part of why I love this series, is because it's something that we bond over. We have so many little inside jokes about, the Korok seeds, and um, uh, all the little different like things, like the maracas. I actually have some maracas that my wife got me right there. Uh, I don't believe it's because of Zelda, but it might be. But man, the Zelda gameplay is just so unique and fun, and I think the puzzles are really cool. Like, especially with this new game too, with Tears of the Kingdom, you find this guy on the side of the road every once in a while, and he asks you to like hold up a sign for for his boss and his company. Like, he's just sitting there holding up a sign, and he says, hey, can you help me figure out a way to make this stable? And so you use the powers, and I'll get into the powers in a second, to actually like lift up and prop up the thing so that he can tie it all down. Is that monotonous when it happens 40 times in the game? Sure, a little bit, but there's always a different way that you can approach the puzzle with it. You can bolt some pieces of wood together. You can use a rock to prop it up. You can just do a bunch of different things that you can figure out on your own to solve the puzzle your way. And that's what I think is really, really interesting with the puzzle aspect. And then you got the new powers, which I am, again, baffled that more people are not talking about this. So with the powers, you have this, what is called, I believe it's called the God Hand or Ultra Hand. And it's basically this way that you can fuse items together and lift them up and attach them together. And it allows you to add batteries and fans and all these different mechanics to, again, solve puzzles different ways. One of the earliest things at the very beginning of the game is you have this rail system that you need to get from point A to point B, from a top ledge to a lower edge. Now, there is a piece of wood, a flat piece of wood, like a piece of plywood, and a big hook, a big metal hook, laying on the ground next to you. Before I started kind of putting two and two together and having my wife help me out, what the heck was that? Sorry, I had a bug on me. Before I started putting two and two together, basically, I started walking on the rail system, just kind of seeing if I could walk all the way through. And it was like pretty sketchy. I was like, this is not going to work. Instead, what you're supposed to do is take the piece of wood and the hook and attach them together to create like a gondola. And then you use the Ultra Hand to not just attach those two pieces together, but then lift it up and onto the rail. Then you're supposed to stand on the makeshift gondola and let gravity slide you down to the next platform. That's what you're supposed to do. But you can do it so many different ways. And with the God Hand, like just being able to manipulate stuff, like even on screen right now, there is this puzzle that basically requires you to, balance some stuff out. And it's like that mechanic didn't exist in the first one. And I think part of the backlash with this game also is speedrunners are not able to do the crazy things that they were doing in Breath of the Wild. With Breath of the Wild, there was the pausing time mechanic and the with momentum. So like what people would do is they would use the power to freeze time on a rock. And then they would go to the rock while time was quote unquote frozen and hit the rock a bunch of times. And when you do that, it creates this buildup of kinetic energy and momentum. And when time ticks down all the way until it unfreezes, that momentum is built up into that rock so that it shoots off and launches into the sky. Well, before the timer ticks down and the rock launches it into the sky, Link would get onto the rock, hold himself, and then time would unfreeze, and the rock with Link would fly across the map. And so you could like traverse like half of the map in 30 seconds because of the powers. There's not a power like that, or the ability to do certain things like that with the powers that the game gives you in this game. And I think a lot of people freak out about that and are upset that they can't quote unquote break the game because of it. And it's just like, dude, again, can't you just play the game the way it's intended? And like there was so many times like I came across this guy, like again in the video, this is perfect timing, where this guy is playing and he's stuck in this hole and you have to get him out of the hole. There's a couple ways to do it. I believe you use balloons and using hot air to lift him and his carriage out of the hole. And it's just like, dude, like the ingenuity and the way that you can be creative with this game. It's the same thing with like Minecraft, where you can create these things that you would never think of possible in a video game before with, the way most video games are designed. But if you are able to take two pieces of wood, attach them together with some, with a metal hook, you can create a gondola or to slide down, or you have a little balloon and a thing that shoots hot fire out. You basically create a hot air balloon and you attach them together. Like, it's just so cool. The gliding, where you can create like these hovercrafts and gliders with fans and the rail cars and stuff like that. You can create mine carts, basically. Like, dude, there's so many unique applications to this. I also think the story was really well done. I think The cutscenes are a lot better than they were in Breath of the Wild. Voice acting, especially with Zelda, I was super not into with Breath of the Wild. The voice actress is not what I think Zelda should sound like. And it's probably more because I grew up with a cartoon and hearing the way Zelda normally talked, I did not think she was British uh, because of the cartoon. But still, it's just, there is so many things about this game that are good that the few little tiny nitpicks and quirks are not that big of a deal. If you think Breath of the Wild was a bad game because it didn't have dungeons, you're probably going to have the same feeling with Tears of the Kingdom. But I don't think that's a bad thing. Again, we had so many Zelda games before it with the same exact thing. I don't want to go to a water temple, a water dungeon, and sky dungeon. There are that type of stuff. They're just different now. And that's not a bad thing as long as they're put together well. And I think the dungeons and the temples and all that stuff are put together pretty well here. And the storyline is interesting. I heard someone say yesterday that basically this game disregards the entire story of the first game. And I don't believe that at all. I think it just doesn't address it in the same way. Why would it? Well, it doesn't need to. Like, we all know what happened. We played over 100 hours of what happened in the first game. We don't need the new game to tell us exactly what happened. It doesn't even need to address it. We know that Ganon was defeated. We know Hyrule was saved, and it's a continuation. It's a sequel. We don't get that with Zelda. We even the most kind of sequel is Majora's Mask, which technically takes place it splits the timeline into 3 different timelines or whatever. And it's just like, no, man, dude, this game is a good game. And it's funny, my friend and I had a podcast years ago where I was debating on how much I dislike the Dark Souls franchise and why he really loved Dark Souls. And every time he would say Dark Souls is a good game because of this, it was always an experience. And I can get behind why someone has a personal attachment to a game because of experiences. That's why Zelda is my number one, is because of the experiences that I had on top of the gameplay itself being just really well done. There's no game breaking bugs. There's, no crashes. I never experienced a crash. I think the only thing that most people would say that are sane, and I saw this in the Discord server as well, is it doesn't run very well. I mean, the original on launch day of the hardware ran pretty poorly in Kakariko Village, right? The suboptimal frame rates and stuff like that. You can bypass that by playing on an emulator. You can play it in 4K 60. For the most part, most hardware is still not there yet to get this game running at a full 60 frames, but it's literally not designed for that. You are uncapping the frame rate in a way the game was not designed for. If you try and play it on a PC at 30 frames per second, it's basically butter smooth. And dude, it's not a problem. And for me, when we started playing it on launch day or leak day, we played it on hardware because the emulators, I don't think, were able to. I know Yuzu refused to let it run until it got launched, but Ryujinx or whatever the other emulator is, I think, didn't run it quite right for a couple days. It runs fine on both emulators now, but we played it on hardware, and yes, I did notice the hardware having issues. I noticed the slowdown. I noticed the staggering frame rate and stuff like that, and the stuttering. But I can look past that stuff. I am not unrealistic. I'm not a crazy person where I go, oh, I dropped a single frame, this game is unplayable. I think with my issues with Star Wars, it was so severe in areas where it should not have dropped. With Tears of the Kingdom, there are reasons for the frames to drop, reasons for stuttering. And it's in very crazy, heavy, weathered areas when there's snow or rainfall and thunder and lightning and, particle effects and stuff like that. But again, it's not something that bothered me so much that I had to put the game down. It's a slight hiccup there, a slight hiccup there, and kind of just that's the end of it. So, man, I just I think this game is really, really special. Not only did it create a true sequel to the Zelda series, which we don't ever get, not only did my wife and I have a blast playing it together again and create all the fun memories, and I hope we have more as we play through it more. Not only does it have really interesting mechanics, with the weather, I think Breath of the Wild, again, how can you knock a game for having a mechanic where if you're in a lightning storm and you're holding a metal shield and sword and you're in this storm, if lightning strikes, it's going to strike you. How can you be mad at something that interesting and cool? Like, you would never think something like that. Like, just all the mechanics are so well thought out in this game. I loved exploring as well. Like, all the weird, like, they're kind of like crop circles in a way, but not really. Like, there are these little tiers that you have to find that are, part of a larger um, picture created out of the, grass and fields. Like, dude, just everything. Like, I'm just watching gameplay of this and thinking, this was so fun to play. I want to play this more because there's nothing quite like it other than the first game in the series with of the new formula, let's say. It's a special game, and it's a reason why it's my number one for game of the year. You don't have to agree with me. That's fine. I have no problem with that. You can drop a comment in the video and in chat with me and say, hey, you're wrong. This is my number one. I saw a few top 10s today. I finally started looking at top 10s, and I disagreed with a couple of them. I thought, I was like, why is everyone talking about Final Fantasy 16? Things like that. But I would never say they're wrong unless it's Dave the Diver, because that game sucks. Oh, boy. All right. Well, we've had a fun last 4 hours of this stream. I think this is nearly tied for the longest stream I've done. I hope you have been enjoying it. I've been having fun talking about video games. I've had a lot of stuff built up over the last couple of months. This is, I think, the longest I've ever gone without doing a podcast since 2019. And I don't want that to happen again. It's just, again, the timing just didn't work out because I'm going to do a game of the year, and I don't want to recap the same games. I didn't want to talk about Alan Wake 2 and RoboCop and all those games that I just played and talk about them, and then come to game of the year and talk about the same exact talking points. So that's the reason why. But without further ado, I have been your humble host, Ryan Moore, and this is the Game or Die podcast. You can always listen on any podcatcher like Apple iTunes or Google's weird. I think they're shutting down. I think today's the last day for Google Podcasts, or it happened already. I got to figure that out. So that's something I'll be doing tomorrow, is figuring out what the heck Google's podcast thing is. But also, you can always find all my stuff, all my reviews. I posted all the videos and stuff on YouTube and also on my website, gameordie.net. That is where I write all my reviews. That's where I post all my videos first. Everything there is done first there. And then I go ahead and post that stuff. I do have a Game or Die Discord that I do want to actually start using. Again, that's something I got to kind of talk about with the members of our Discord, because the branding has kind of been a little bit sporadic and scatterbrained for me, and I don't like that. And I really like the Game or Die branding much more because, hey, it's my personal stuff, and that's where all my stuff is. So it's been a fun one. It has been a pleasure talking about video games. I hope you learned something new. I hope you got a new video game that you want to try out and play. That's the whole point of this stuff, is talking about our hobbies and, you know, maybe picking up a game or two that we might not have wanted to play, but maybe someone talked about that game in a way that sparked our interest. So that's what I hope here for. Enough of me rambling on. I've talked long enough. All right. Thank you very much. I'll catch you guys next time. Peace out. For 2023, man, we've got just about an hour and a half left. All right. I'm going to go quiet my voice. Peace out. Have a great and wonderful rest of your year for 2023, and a happy new year in 2024. Bye.